You're listening to a production of SportsLink Digital Radio.
You are listening live from Schumann Stadium, where the Ball State Cardinals open their season in front of the Muncie faithful, matched up with the Missouri State Bears of the Missouri Valley Conference. I'm Brayden Carroll, joined alongside Jordan Klimes here for the Ball State football pregame show presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. Jordan, football's back in Muncie. We had to wait 9 months and an extra week, but the wait is over, and the Cardinals hit the field today against a quality FCS foe.
And how great is that to hear? Football is back, Brayden. It's going to be super exciting this afternoon. It's going to be a tough test, really, for both squads. It almost feels like a little bit of a Mid-American Conference preview for these Cardinals because Missouri State coming in, a very aggressive team, a team that feels very MAC-esque in the way that they play football. So this style of play today is going to be super fun to watch.
An exciting season opener for Ball State, and looking back at last season, they started off 1-6, but they really came together to end the season with wins in 3 of their last 5. This team talked about at Media Day how much they grew to end the season, and you have to think there's a lot of growth that came about with that success at the home stretch.
A lot of growth and a lot of confidence, and New in his presser earlier this week, Ball State head coach Mike New, he said he really feels strongly that nobody knows about this Ball State team, and that makes a lot of sense because they had a lot of players lost offensively and especially defensively. They look very different, but this year they've built both their offense and defense around their personnel, and it's going to come out, I think, pretty fast. A lot of swagger, a lot of moxie, and a lot of chemistry with this team.
And from last season, despite the chemistry that's been built in this offseason, you have to remember 11 players transferred out, but some key additions from the portal, as well as plenty of returning leaders like Keontae Newsome on the defensive end, Tanner Koziel on the offensive side, really gives this group some swagger and some cohesion heading into this season.
We talked about the players that transfer out, but let's talk about the people who have joined this program because there are 44 new additions to this Ball State team this year. That's 28 freshmen and 16 transfer players. So that's a very new team. It might take some time for those players to gel together when it comes to true in-game action. However, they have to lean on those players you talked about, have to lean on Koziel, have to lean on Newsome defensively to really lead this team and lead these young starters into a position that they really feel comfortable.
And spanning out from just Ball State to the rest of the MAC, in week 1, we got a taste of this conference and saw teams like Western Michigan, Kent State, Ohio, and Miami all play Power 4 opponents in very competitive games. I mean, based on what we've seen so far, it'll be a tough field in MAC play. Yeah,
Western Michigan, they lost to Wisconsin 28-14, but the game was closer than the score kind of represents. And the Miami of Ohio against Northwestern, 13-6. Unfortunately, the Redhawks could not pull it away, but a really strong look for them early. And the MAC, I mean, of course, they're going to be very competitive in these early games. They want to try to get these non-conference wins and really roll into MAC play with that bit of confidence.
And taking a look at the preseason poll for the MAC Conference, Miami, they sit in first place with 9 first-place votes. Toledo second. And then you see Ball State down there at 9th, where they finished last season. This team really believes that they can be up in the upper third, that they can be competing for a MAC championship. But right now, they're not getting much respect for it.
Exactly. And New, as you said before, he feels that nobody knows about this team, and so it makes sense. I mean, if that statement is true, which I think that, according to him, he thinks it is, I think it's very much a possibility. That spot at the 9th spot right now in the preseason poll makes sense because nobody knows what this team is capable of, and we're about to see the first glimpses of it this afternoon.
And one man who knows the most about this Ball State squad has got to be the head coach, Mike New. We got to catch up with him at Media Day leading into the season and leading into this matchup. Let's take a listen into our conversation with him.
Mike New, and Coach, how was fall camp for this team this year?
It was really good. We had a great 2.5 weeks of training camp before school started. We had a lot of great work in. We have some newcomers in our program here, so it was good to see those guys get on the field, get acclimated to their teammates. I feel like we're in a good spot coming out of training camp, heading into the season here. Obviously, we still got just under 2 weeks before we play our first game here against Missouri State. So a lot of things we still need to continue to work on, get better at. But one thing that I think has been noticeable during training camp is really how close we've become as a team. When you're talking about having 117 players, that's a lot of players, and with a number of new faces that we have here, I think that's something that we placed a lot of value on during the training camp period.
And there's a familiar face, but a new role for Caden Samanza taking over the starting QB position. What did he show you over this offseason to earn him that spot?
I think the skills and his talent was always there. What he really took a major step in such a positive way is just his leadership. All through the offseason, starting back in January, with the strength and conditioning sessions, with the spring practice phase, with the summer workouts, and now in training camp. He's really grown a lot as a leader. I know all of his teammates fully trust him and believe in him, and he's done a great job of just stepping into that role. And for such a young player, he's really off to a good start that way.
And this is a team with a lot of seasoned players, especially at offensive line with 2 grads. And they're heading into this season off of what was a very good finish, winning the last 3 of 5. What's the emphasis been for those guys who have been on this team for a while to finish their careers strong this year?
Well, just what you said, man. We had a number of close games that we lost a year ago by 1 possession or right at the end of the game. You got to be able to win those games. You got to be able to perform in situational football when you have those opportunities. So for us, we got to capitalize on that. You mentioned the experience on the O-line. Also, we brought in 5 transfers on the defensive line, and although they haven't put on a Ball State uniform yet, they played a lot of football in college. They know what the speed of the game is. They understand what the demands are playing in the trenches, and so that gives me a lot of optimism and excitement coming out of training camp to know that, man, we really got a great opportunity with this team, knowing the experience on both the O and D line.
And for this Week 1 matchup against Missouri State, a team with a chip on their shoulder transitioning to FBS in a year, what's the game plan heading into that matchup?
Well, we got to continue to work on us first and foremost. We got to be a disciplined football team that's tough, physical, and gives tremendous effort, play in, play out for 4 quarters. We're going to have one game here on Missouri State. They play this coming weekend against Montana. So we'll have a game of them. They got some new personnel as well. Obviously, the head coach and, the coordinators are going to return from a year ago. So from a scheme standpoint, we've been able to study them. But from a personnel standpoint, it'll be good to be able to see them on week 1, to be able to get that on tape and to be able to evaluate that.
And finally, what's the big goal? Write it down, put it up, hang it up in the locker room that you've preached to your team this year.
Hey, listen, you play this game to win, period. And there's a lot of work that goes into it on a weekly basis, on a yearly basis in order to be able to get that done. All we're concerned about is just being the best version of Ball State football that we can possibly be. Every man has to do their job one play at a time. That's the only thing that we try to preach. If we can get that done and we can stay focused on that type of approach, one play at a time mentality for 4 quarters with our best effort, we'll like the result, but we can't get caught thinking about what lies ahead. Really one game at a time approach and making sure we're bringing our best stuff.
Awesome. Thank you, Coach.
Okay, thank you.
Always a pleasure to hear from Coach Mike New, very humble leader of this Ball State squad. And one of his biggest points of emphasis, Jordan, was poise. The attention to detail they were missing in big moments last season, the confidence they've gained in the offseason and in fall camp, and the readiness for every game this season. That's what he wants to see most from this team.
Yeah, and in his exact words, he said this team has to perform in situational football. And they had a lot of situations last year, as he said, where this football team could have won some games. Looking back, they lost to Toledo in a rainy home game here. They feel like they could have won that one. Bowling Green was a 3-point loss for the Cardinals. And then the last game of the season for Ball State against Miami of Ohio, the team that went on to win the MAC last year. Ball State had an opportunity to hit a field goal that would have gave the Cardinals the lead. They missed that field goal, went on to lose that game. And so, yeah, we're not able to perform in those big situations last year. And so when you play in a conference that is as tough and as physical as the MAC, you have to really pull through in those situational moments.
And it's just so important this season, especially for Coach New and Ball State. 4 years separated from a MAC championship, 3 from a bowl appearance. This senior class, they're looking for the success that made them want to come here to Ball State and made them fall in love their freshman season with this team. And this could be the final dance to do so.
New and his staff have had a lot of success in the past, but I believe that success is only relative to the next season when it comes to really any sport. And so I think Coach New would certainly agree with that. He was not too happy with what happened last year, but a blank slate for the 2024 season, a lot of opportunity to find success, and now they just have to go out and execute. And as this team says, they got to take it one game at a time.
And we asked Coach New about Caden Samanza, the new QB1 for this Ball State team. and he mentioned how his arm skills that were there last season, have been there since he came here, clicked alongside his newfound abilities as a leader of this offense in fall camp. It's going to be huge to see him up there as really a general of this squad now as the starter.
We got to see flashes of his arm last year, too. He played in that Kentucky game, and he played in 4 total games last year, ended up taking that redshirt year. So now coming into 2024, he is a redshirt freshman. But yeah, a lot of very high praise from his teammates in the fall camp, especially with his best target in the tight end Tanner Koziel. A huge connection and friendship that those two players have. And so I think he might rely on that early with his best target this afternoon with Koziel.
It's going to be interesting to see how Caden Samanza blends with the receiving core. Ball State's been a run-heavy team in most of the seasons under Coach Mike New, but with Samanza at quarterback, his weapons, Koziel, Magwood, and now Eastern Illinois transfer Justin Bowick, this could be a well-balanced team this season and a genuine threat through the air.
And that's very exciting for Ball State Cardinal fans to hear, because the passing game has not fully been there the last couple of years, and specifically last year. They were ranked last in the MAC in 2023 in pass yards per game with only 136.6 yards per game average. So for Ball State, yeah, they lost some running backs. They lost Marquez Cooper 2 years prior. They had Carson Steele, now a fullback for the Kansas City Chiefs in the National Football League, but they still have some great running backs, a lot of things to look forward to. However, I think the biggest thing to watch out for offensively for Ball State is exactly what you said, the way that their passing offense is going to function, and I think it's going to function at a much higher level than last year.
So many reasons to be excited here. The home opener for Ball State. You're listening to the Ball State football pregame show on SL Digital, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. More on the other side. We'll preview Missouri State and look into our key players and keys to the game.
The best story. This has been the best stories, access, and coverage of Ball State sports. Follow SportsLink on social media platforms: Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat. Search @BSU SportsLink.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Your home for live Ball State sports, streaming right in your timeline.
This is SportsLink Digital.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, Papergo toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
SportsLink is the official production partner of Ball State Athletics.
All the chirp you can handle.
Whether you're getting ready for the big game or getting ready for the workday, you always want to start with confidence. Cintas has the essential products and services to help businesses provide a clean, safe environment for their employees and customers. With routine restocking of essential cleaning, hygiene, and safety supplies, on-site cleaning, professional uniform laundering, and testing and inspection of fire equipment and systems. Give everyone the confidence they need to start their day. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Listening to Ball State football, streaming live with SportsLink Digital.
Now back to the stadium.
Hey, this is Keontae Newsom, senior linebacker with Ball State football. Thanks for tuning in to SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. This is your home for all things Ball State sports.
Welcome back to the football pregame show ahead of this season opener between Ball State and Missouri State. I'm Brayden Carroll, joined alongside today's analyst, Jordan Klimes. We're just about 10 minutes away from kickoff of this matchup, and it's going to be an exciting one against a tough Missouri State squad. But they had many flaws in their 29-24 loss to Montana in Week 1. Penalties, 2 failed fourth down conversions, and miscues down the stretch that cost them what could have been a big win against last season's FCS national runner-up.
Yeah, Montana is a great team, and Missouri State gave them a heck of a fight last weekend. But for Missouri State, they really look to themselves and see, as you said, a lot of miscues. The big one being the penalties. They had a whopping 13 penalties last weekend against Montana for 112 total yards. That's just something you cannot do and expect to win a football game, and certainly not one against that great caliber of a team like Montana, who, as you said, was the FCS national runner-ups last year. But the defense looked sound for the most part for Missouri State. Just one or two big plays where they let get through. And if you want to win big games like that one against Montana, if you want to win big games in the FBS like they have a chance to do this afternoon, you cannot let big mistakes happen. You have to be sound play to play. But on the positive side for Missouri State, they were really good on third down. They went 6 for 14, and the big part of that is 5 of those 6 conversions were for 11 or more yards, so a lot of third and long conversions, something to watch out for as this game today rolls forward.
You could argue really that this is the most important season in the 109-year history of Missouri State football. They've had one winning season since 2010, and they only have one more to do it this year before they make that jump to Conference USA and FBS football. It's been a climb, and in his second season, Coach Ryan Beard has to prove to his fan base that this program's ready for big-time football.
Yes, they do.
And we're going to take a break, send it to the national anthem, and back we will go to Dom Liacone and Sam Neiger, Jordan Klimes for today's coverage of this game. You're listening to Ball State Football on SL Digital.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big for you when you call 287-1300? The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least one Mammoth from Mancino's.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
Standards. High standards. That's what sets teams apart. It's also what sets us apart at Pridemark Construction. We're not alone in holding our standards high. Ball State University is among those who do. That's why we're proud to sponsor the Ball State Athlete of the Week. High standards in everyday performance is everything in sport, as well as business. Join us in our pursuit of excellence. Join Pridemark Construction for your next building project and in our support of Ball State University's Athlete of the Week.
Is the official production partner of Ball State Athletics.
All the chirp you can handle.
Hey, this is Ethan Crow, fifth-year center for Ball State football. You're listening to SportsLink Digital, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
On a beautiful 63-degree afternoon here from Schumann Stadium in Muncie, Indiana, we can finally say it's time for Cardinal football here on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. My name's Dominick Liacone, my analyst Jordan Klimes. Right to the left of me, we've got Brayden Carroll, our awesome producer and host here in the press box. Sam Neiger down in the sideline. We'll get to him in a bit, but Jordan, we had to wait 7 days, but the shoe is rocking. We are finally ready for Ball State football.
A tough week for Ball State. You just have to sit back and watch every other team play as Ball State, the only team with that week one bye, but the time has finally come, Dom, and that just means that there's more excitement for this Cardinal squad. Had to sit back and watch, so now I think we're going to let it all run loose. That excitement's going to come out in this week 2 matchup for really all of college football, but the week 1 matchup for these Cardinals.
So you take a look at these two teams, one in the FBS, one in the FCS, and we start with the Ball State Cardinals, the only team of all 134 teams that did not get to play on week 1. That was thanks to Army having to drop out of the opener, thanks to joining the AAC. And really, when you look at this whole situation here, Jordan, with Ball State not playing week 1, Missouri State getting a chance to play week 1, who do you think that benefits? Because that's kind of been the question coming into this matchup. Who does it benefit? Does it not benefit? What are your takeaways?
I think both coaches going to have different takeaways on it too, because on one side, Missouri State has no film on Ball State from last week. They have to look back all the way to last year. Even they're looking to Butler, because Ball State's new defensive coordinator came from Butler. So they're actually watching Butler film from last year to try to see what Ball State will do defensively, since they have no film on this 2024 Cardinal team. But on the Ball State side, they haven't played a football game yet, and so maybe they'll come out a little bit slower when they haven't had a chance to really get into any rhythm yet. In Missouri State, they were able to do that last week.
You take a look at the numbers last year for Ball State, because that's really all the Cardinals and Cardinal fans have to go off of. Obviously, when you have a very different looking offense this year compared to last year, but last year, last in the Mid-American Conference in passing offense, averaging just under 137 passing yards a game. The rushing offense was there, however. Third in the MAC, just over 171 yards per game. We could be seeing something very different this year. Ball State trying to go back to its more pro-style offense, especially when you have the redshirt Caden Samanza stepping up as QB1, and that was seen right away early in training camp.
You talk about that pro style, and I think it really will be that, and a pro style being the fact that they can not only run the ball like they were able to do the last couple of years, but they're certainly going to be able to get the ball in the air and have a very effective pass offense. It might take some growing pains with young quarterback Caden Samanza in his first start this afternoon, but I think with time, this passing offense is really going to ramp up. And the offensive line that Ball State has this year, extremely strong, returning 117 starts to this game for Ball State. So a very strong, very big guys in the trenches who are going to get it done. So I think Ball State is finally going to look even in the run game and the pass game when it comes to the way they run their offense.
Well, not only you see some new stuff from the look of these Cardinals, but also some new coaches as well. Two new coordinators here for the Cardinals. Of course, Jared Elliott getting the promotion from solely tight ends coach to now both tight ends coach and the offensive coordinator. And then Jeff Knowles, as you mentioned, coming over from Butler in his first season as well. He was the DC there for 2 seasons, was Knowles, but really known more for his time with NIU and how successful the Huskies were during the middle 2010s in that era. Jordan, when you look at these two new coaches and two very new, different-looking units on both the offensive side and the defensive side of the football, how do you think that's going to compare from last year? Obviously, we know the passing game is going to be there, but what's the dynamic going to look like with this team now?
Well, let's start with the offense. Let's start with Jared Elliott, again, the new offensive coordinator for this Cardinal team this year. And Jared Elliott was the pass game coordinator for these Cardinals last year, so a little bit different from Jeff Knowles, the defensive coordinator, in the fact that Elliott was already with this Cardinal squad. So he was able to see the personnel that Ball State had last year, was maybe able to see a couple of the issues that Ball State had, and it can now make some adjustments while he was in the program, because he knows this team like the back of his hand now. He knows these players. He knows his young quarterback, and so we'll see if he's able to play to his personnel. Switching over to the defensive coordinator, new coordinator, Jeff Knowles, coming from Butler. That'll be fun to watch as well. Ball State defensively last year was one of the better teams in the MAC, and definitely down the stretch they were really, really strong. And so it'll be fun to see what a new face is able to do. It seems like the defensive guys really trust both of these new coordinators. I know that Tanner Koziel was extremely high on the offensive coordinator in Jared Elliott. He said he trusts this guy more than anyone else, and that's a huge statement coming from one of Ball State's best players.
You take a look at the head coaching matchup here. Of course, Mike New for the Ball State Cardinals coming into his 9th season, one of the longest tenured FBS coaches in college football right now, compared to Ryan Beard from Missouri State, only in his 2nd season. You've got the youth against the experience. Jordan, how do you think that plays a factor into today's ball game?
I mean, certainly we've seen it over the years. Mike New knows how to coach this Cardinal team, and so, like I said before, he knows it like the back of his hand. So this week 1 matchup, or the first matchup of the year for the Cardinals, I should say, nothing new for Coach New, who again is in his 9th season. But for Ryan Beard on the side of the Missouri State Bears, yeah, it's his 2nd year, but he's a guy who's had a lot of experience. He was a defensive coordinator at Missouri State before being promoted to the head coaching position. So he knows this team, maybe not as much at that head coach level, but he certainly has been around it for a long time. His family really around this team for a long time. And so I think even though he has that less experience only going into his 2nd year, he still really knows this squad.
Well, we mentioned the FBS and FCS matchup that we have here today. And both of these two teams very familiar with playing against opponents in different football divisions here in college football. And for more on that, we say hello for the first time today, Sam Neiger down on the sideline. Sam, what's going on? Beautiful day, huh?
Great day down here, Dom. And like you said, the narrative is almost always the same when an FBS and FCS team match up. For the FBS team, you're trying to take care of business. For the FCS team, it's always a narrative of upset. But that hasn't necessarily been the case for Missouri State as of late. They haven't won against an FBS opponent since 1990, and Ball State hasn't lost against an FCS squad since 2014. That was against Indiana State in Lucas Oil Stadium. Now, for Missouri State over the past couple of seasons, they've played some tough competition. They took Arkansas and Oklahoma State deep into their games over the past 5 years. And they're jumping to Conference USA next year, as you mentioned. So they're going to need to start winning these FBS games with consistency. We'll see if they can start that trend today, guys.
Thank you very much, Sam. Yeah, great point there. You mentioned it. Missouri State moving up to FBS next year and joining Conference USA for 2025. That was announced on May 10th earlier this year. That will go into full effect next year on July 1st. The Bears will be a part of FBS and bowl eligible, but not until 2026. So, Jordan, for the Bears, these next 2 seasons are I wouldn't say stepping stones, but really you're trying to prove something to a higher competition. And for the Bears and for head coach Ryan Beard, it's all about growing, continuing to develop in the transfer portal, and this could be a great first step here today against an FBS opponent in the Cardinals.
Yeah, the next really 3 seasons here for Missouri State, I would say they have to be statement seasons, and I think, as you mentioned, in this game, this has to be a statement game for the Bears. Coming in here against an FBS opponent, you haven't beat one of the teams of that caliber since 1990, as Sam said down there on the sideline for us. That's a long time, and so really you want to come in here, make a statement, say, hey, we can beat these FBS teams. Then you go into Conference USA, you're playing FBS teams consistently, and you have to continue to do it over and over again. It's about execution, and I think that Missouri State, they have a lot of talent, looked great last week. We're about to see them here in a couple of moments.
Looks like Missouri State won the toss. They will elect to defer to the second half. That means we will see place kicker Stuart McDonald, the freshman out of Rogersville, Missouri, kick it away here as the Cardinals will start moving right to left. Malcolm Gilly and Cam Pickett on the return back towards the end zone. The Cardinals in their black uniforms with the white pants, white helmets, the white numerals, and red trim. The Bears in the all-white uniforms with maroon pants, white trim, and maroon numerals as well. So McDonald will get us set to go here from Muncie, Indiana. The first game of the season here for the Cardinals, just about set to get underway from Muncie. Boot to leather, and here we go. Malcolm Gilly will watch it sail behind him into the end zone for a touchback. The Cardinals will start on their own 25, and this is where we will see Caden Samanza, the redshirt freshman out of Huntington Beach, California, step on to the field for the first time since early last year. Jordan started 3 of the first 4 games as a true freshman, a 61% pass completion, threw for almost 500 yards, 3 touchdowns, but preserved his red shirt after week 7, excuse me.
And this, I think, officially we can say is the start of the Caden Samanza era for Ball State. Now, officially, the QB1.
So Samanza out of the shotgun, 1st and 10 from their own 25, and now we see a huge shift here in the backfield. In motion is Pickett. He gets the handoff on the jet sweep. There he goes off to the right outside the numbers, past the 20. And he bounces off a tackle. He's still on his feet. And he finally gets dragged down just in front of the 40-yard line. It's 1st and 10 Cardinals at around the 38.
Great start for Ball State. I love how they didn't just go straight to the ground right up the hashes, but they decided to go a little bit, went sideways a bit with Pickett. He was able to make a big break of a tackle on the far side as we have an early injury on the Cardinals side of the field.
Oh, no, and it looks like getting a number. Yeah, it's Ty Robinson, one of the star wide receivers for this Cardinal offense, who got hurt in the second game of the season last year, and he's down in a hurry. A ton of training staff out to look at him just in front of the 10-yard line. That is not a good sign at all if you're a Cardinal fan. Ty Robinson, the transfer from Colorado, with a ton of promise last year, had his season cut very short, and this is already not looking good here early.
It looks like he's getting up right now, but as you said, Dom, only played a game and a half last year, ended up fracturing his thumb at Georgia and was out for the rest of the season. He's walking off the field quite gimpy right now.
Looks like he's holding something on his hand. Again, don't want to speculate anything here. I'm not sure if that's Ty Robinson or if it was Malcolm Gilly trying to get a number here. It's a gain of 12 on that last play.
And it is Robinson.
It is Robinson. So that's Cam Pickett with the gain of 12. 1st and 10 for the Cardinals at their own 37-yard line. 14:43 here in the first. Just underway from Muncie. No score between the Bears and the Cardinals. Really nice play from Pickett to bounce off a tackle on the last one. This Missouri State defense, 10th in the Missouri Valley Conference last year in scoring. Gave up just over 30 points a game, but held the national runner-ups to just 30 points. Out of the shotgun, it's Amanza with a screen pass over to his left, and that pass is complete. It looked like it was to the running back in Brayden Sloan, who gets taken down right at the line of scrimmage, just in front of the numbers. No gain there. 2nd and 10. The clock trickles down past 14:10. Samanza under center. He's got 2 wide receivers out to his right. A man in the backfield as well. Rushing 4 is Missouri State. The handoff goes to Sloan, and he is gobbled up right in front of the line of scrimmage, just in front of that 0 in the 40. On his own side of the field, about just a yard of a gain there. So it will be about 3 and 9, as now we're under 14 minutes here in the first quarter.
Got to see the first run from the transfer from Eastern Kentucky, Brayden Sloan. Trying to get him going, but a good big 3rd down upcoming.
Saman's out of the shotgun. It's trips right from the left hash mark on his own 39. 3rd and 8. Samanza. A lot of time. Deep ball down the middle of the field. Pass is caught by Gilly. Breaks off of a tackle at the 50, just outside the numbers. That's a 1st down for the Cardinals. The second 1st down for the Cardinals on this drive. The first 3rd down conversion as well. 1 for 1 is Ball State. A good start so far. The passing has been pretty nice.
A couple of things to look at on that play, too. I love the poise in the pocket for young quarterback Caden Samanza, because the Bears sent a blitz. It was picked up by the running back Sloan, and Samanza was able to hang in there, find his receiver on that comeback route.
2 men in the backfield with Samanza out of the shotgun. 1st and 10 from the Bear 49. Play action, Samanza. A ton of time, and he's going to actually be gobbled up in the backfield. And that looked like Armin Wallace, who picks up his first sack of this season. That was actually Jalen Williams, the defensive end out of Kansas. His first true sack. It's now 2nd and 13, just under 12 and a half to play here in the first. Looked like Samanza had time. The pocket just collapsed on him quick.
Yeah, receivers were not open downfield as well. Great coverage by the Bears.
Missouri State rushing 4. Samanza out of the shotgun, trips left. He throws a screen over to Pickett, who's around the 50-yard line. Tried to bounce outside the numbers and is picked up and dragged down. That looked like Dylan Simmons, the nickelback. Cardinals get up to about the original line of scrimmage. So 3rd and 10 now with under 12 to play here in the first quarter. Still no score here from Muncie, just underway. Cardinals and Bears. Week 2 of the college football season. Ball State again did not play last week. The only team of all 134 FBS teams without a week 1 contest. Saman's out of the shotgun. Looking deep downfield, instead throws a little short screen pass out to his wide receiver. And it's caught, but he's dragged down. And that looked like it was Brandon Sloan, actually, the running back who went in motion. And the transfer from Eastern Kentucky cannot gain. In fact, it's now 4th down, and the punting unit's going to come out. We'll see Brian Cooey Jr., the grad transfer out of New Jersey, for the first time. And now we've got some motion here before the snap, and flags all over the field. And this is where we will see the official Billy Williams for the first time today. See what this is on. It's either offsides or encroachment. So that penalty is an offside. Will go against the Cardinals, and that's on Caden Johnson. Redshirt sophomore out of Lexington on special teams. So that'll move the Cardinals back another 10. So Cooey back to punt again. He's at around his own 30-yard line. 4th and 15, just a 5-yard penalty. Cooey boots it away. Waiting back and signaling a fair catch is Hunter Wood, the usual tight end. Or rather wide receiver. So it'll be 1st down and 10 for the Bears, as we will see the quarterback for Missouri State and Jacob Clark, the 6'5 senior out of Rockwell, Texas, lead his guys onto the field for the first time this afternoon. Started 4 games last year, did Clark, before suffering a season-ending shoulder injury against Southern Illinois, but he did throw for over 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns in that time.
A good game against Montana last week, 257 yards, no touchdowns though.
1st and 10 from their own 14-yard line go the Bears. A man in motion out of the backfield, out of the shotgun play action. Clark rolling out to his left, firing a deep ball and wide open. He's got a wide receiver past the 50. D.D. Snyder is the free safety for the Cardinals, dragging him down past the 45-yard line. That is a massive statement play to start for Missouri State. A huge gain for the Bears of over 40 yards.
Ball State just lost Jamarie Robinson. He was wide open on the far side, running right down the sideline, kind of went straight out, then right up the field, and D.D. Snyder just could not find him.
1st and 10 once again with just over 10 minutes to play here in the first quarter. No score. And looking left, Clark fires it out of bounds towards the Bear sideline, so it'll be 2nd and 10. And looked like there was some miscommunication with his wide receiver and James Blackstrain down the left side.
Yeah, not sure if he wanted Blackstrain to cut back in towards the middle of the field. That's where that ball was thrown by Clark, or maybe he just sailed it a little bit.
So Clark now under center, and it's like 2 men in the backfield, a man out to either side of Clark. Just under 10 minutes to play here in the first, no score. Clark hands the ball off. This is Jacardier Wright. And he'll get about 4 to 5 yards. Get about halfway home to the stick. So 3 and 6, they'll say he got 4 with 9:41 to play in the first. 3rd down here for the Bears, who had some big 3rd down conversions last week in Montana. 6 for 14, but 5 of those were for over 11 yards. So here we go from the Cardinal 38. Out of the shotgun, Clark looking left, scrambling now. He's in trouble, and he is brought down. Ball State brought the house, and Clark cannot respond. That's a huge play by the Ball State defense. 4th and long, and out comes the punting unit for the Bears.
Love to see that from first-year defensive coordinator for the Cardinals in Jeff Knowles. Getting aggressive there on that 3rd down. Didn't want to just sit back and try to play defense. Instead, as you said, Dom, brought the house, brought that blitz, and now forces a punt in a position where the Bears maybe could have gone for it on 4th down.
Grant Burkett, the 6'1 senior out of Joplin, Missouri, preseason FCS Punter of the Year watch list. He'll boot it away to Keon Magwood. He's got a lot of space as he picks it up near the 10. Scrambling past the 20, bounces outside the numbers left, and he will find his way out of bounds. A nice gain of about 10 to 15 yards on the punt return for the Cardinals. And this will send us to our first media timeout. So 8:27 left here in the first quarter. We've got no score, but the Cardinals will get the ball for the 2nd time this afternoon, looking to do damage and put the first points on the board. This is Ball State football on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, pay-per-go toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
To your smartphone, anywhere in the world.
Never miss Ball State Sports with SportsLink Digital.
Hey, this is Ethan Crow, fifth-year center for Ball State football. You're listening to SportsLink Digital, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
8:27 to go here in quarter number one. We're just underway from Muncie, Indiana. The first game of the football season for the Ball State Cardinals hosting the Missouri State Bears. Glad you're with us here on SportsLink Digital Radio. My name's Dominick Liacone, joined by my partner in crime today, and Mr. Jordan Klimes and Brayden Carroll, our awesome host and producer up here in the box. And, of course, we've got Sam Neiger down on the sidelines. Let's send it down to Sam. Sam, what do you got for us? How's the weather holding up down there, man?
Weather's holding up great down here, Dom, but not great news for Ball State fans. Ty Robinson on that first play, the jet sweep, pressure off that right shoulder as possible, Dom. They brought him into the tent, grabbed the towel, looked like they were doing some adjustment work before they did shut that tent. I'll let you know when we get a little bit more information, but this is a really tough break for a guy in Ty Robinson who missed almost the entire season last year after transferring from Colorado.
Yeah, that's a tough break, Sam, and to lose one of your top wide receivers, and this is a guy that head coach Mike knew was really looking forward to having on the offense. 3 wide receivers out right and a man in the backfield for Samanza under center. It's 1st and 10 from his own 22. Hands it off to Brayden Sloan, who cuts up the middle, jabs towards the left, and gains about 8 to 9 yards, just short of that first down marker. So it'll be 2nd and 3 with just under 8:15 left here in quarter number one. No score.
I've loved the misdirection early for Ball State because they handed it off to Sloan right up the middle, but they brought Gilly, the wide receiver, who came from the far side behind Samanza, faked the handoff to him, a play they ran earlier. And right now, more motion for Ball State trying to trick Missouri State pre-snap.
2 wide receivers out to either side here for Samanza out of the shotgun. 2nd and 3, fires over the middle for his tight end, Koziel. It's caught just in front of the 35-yard line, That's a first down for Ball State, the 3rd first down for the Cardinals this afternoon. Move those chains with just over 7.5 to play here in quarter number one. And quickly back to work goes Samanza out of the shotgun, hands it off to Sloan, who goes left and is gobbled up by the line. A gain of about 1 to 2. It'll be 2nd and about 9.
Like the idea of Ball State going to that hurry up after a nice chunk play on that 2nd down. Unfortunately, the Bears were able to adjust and were ready for that run.
So it is 2nd and 8, 7:10 left here in quarter number one. No score from the shoe. Ball State last year at home, 3-3 when playing in front of its faithful here in Muncie, Indiana. Samanza out of the shotgun. He's got Sloan over to his right. 2 wide receivers out right, 1 to the left. Samanza, a ton of pressure. He drops it off to Sloan. Sloan has some room past the 50, and he is taken down by Todrick McGee, last week's MVFC Defensive Player of the Week. Big gain, however, from Sloan. Cardinals into enemy territory. 1st and 10 with about 6.5 to go in the first.
There's been a lot of screen game early in this game for Ball State. We saw 2 bubble screens. That one a slip screen out of the backfield for the running back in Sloan. And something that they tried to run last year, not too effective this year to start off. It's been great.
2 wide receivers out to the right, 1 to the left here for Samanza. Maximus Webster, the fullback, goes in motion, then back to his original position. Can't pick it, fumbles the football, and it's intercepted. Down the sideline goes P.J. Hall. He has to get past Samanza, and he does. Hall will go all the way into the end zone. Touchdown, Missouri State. It's a house call for the Bears, and quickly 6-0 MSU. Cam Pickett, the wide receiver on the left side, could not hang on to the football. He juggled it around in the air for a couple of seconds. P.J. Hall Jr. said thank you very much. He has his first interception and first touchdown of the season.
Really a good play by Simonza. Had his receiver in Pickett. Just Pickett could not haul it in. Maybe that throw came one hitch too early and Pickett was not turned around fast enough. It was juggled, and P.J. Hall took it all the way to the house after breaking a tackle from the Ball State quarterback, Caden Simonza.
On to kick the extra point is Yusuf Obeid, and the redshirt freshman transfer from Michigan State's kick is true through the upright. So 7-0 Missouri State quickly. Wow. Just under 6 minutes to play here in quarter number 1, and the Bears strike first in enemy territory as we'll take another timeout. When we come back, Ball State will get the football back, looking to respond after the pick 6 from strong safety P.J. Hall Jr. Bears 7, Cardinals nothing here in quarter number 1. This is SportsLink Digital Radio presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least one Mammoth from Mancino's.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
Standards. High standards. That's what sets teams apart. It's also what sets us apart at Pregame Construction. We're not alone in holding our standards high. Ball State University is among those who do. That's why we're proud to sponsor the Ball State Athlete of the Week. High standards in everyday performance is everything in sport, as well as business. Join us in our pursuit of excellence. Join Pregame Construction for your next building project and in our support of Ball State University's Athlete of the Week.
Stories in Ball State sports, plus live broadcasts right in your timeline.
Follow us at BSU SportsLink.
What up, Cardinals fans? This is Kyle Kelly, redshirt junior cornerback for Ball State football. You're listening to SportsLink Digital Radio presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
So all of the sudden, Missouri State leads this football game 7-0 with 5:59 left here in quarter number 1. A pick 6 for P.J. Hall Jr., the 2024 preseason All-MVFC second-team member who started in all 11 games last year, 62 tackles, Jordan. A guy that has experience, a part of this veteran defense for Missouri State this year. Johnny on the spot, right place, right time. We were talking about it during break. It was not a bad look for Simonza. That's his only miss so far today. He's 7 for 8 now, but that's just an unlucky break off the hands of Cam Pickett.
Yeah, very unlucky, but you talk about defensively. What do you say? You say tips and overthrows, and there we saw the tip. Good on P.J. Hall and that defense to be there and ready for that tip and take it all the way to the house.
Yusuf Obeid will kick it away once again for Missouri State, and Malcolm Gilley will watch it sail into the left corner of the end zone and trickle out for the touchback. So the Cardinals will get another chance yet again. The third drive of the day so far for Jared Elliott in his first season as offensive coordinator for these Cardinals. I've really liked the play calling so far, taking advantage of the secondary for Missouri State, using a lot of like what you were talking about earlier, Jordan, with those screens, not trying to do too much, beating guys up front, and then making the MSU secondary work. So Simonza here on 1st and 10 from his own 25 out of the shotgun, a man in the backfield in Sloan. He'll hand it off. He bounces up the middle, tries to go left, and then is dragged down just past the 30-yard line. It looked like it was Darian Smith, the defensive end out of St. Louis, for Missouri State to pick up the stop. 2nd and 5 for the Cardinals at their own 30-yard line. 7-0 Missouri State, of course, after the pick 6 from P.J. Hall Jr. A man in the backfield for the Cardinals. The wide receiver out either way. Saman's out of the shotgun. High snap. The handoff goes to Sloan. He bursts up the middle and cannot get past the 35. It'll be 3rd and very short for Ball State's offense. 3rd and 1 with just over 5 minutes to play here in the first quarter. 7-0 Bears.
For Ball State, this is a character drive, one that after you throw a pick 6, after your offense has looked good but not great, after you just possibly lost your number 1 wide receiver, you got to go down the field and get points. And this 3rd down conversion, 3rd and 1, is going to be huge. Ball State, you got to think, has the advantage with their bigger and better offensive line.
Samanza under center. He's got Sloan in the backfield. 3rd and 1. From his own 34, a handoff up the middle for Sloan. Bounces off of a tackle, dragged down at the line, but that's plenty enough for the Ball State first down. Cardinals once again convert on the 3rd down play. Now 2 for 3 today on 3rd down conversions.
For Ball State, now you just got to continue to move down the field. You picked up your first down of this drive, gain some confidence. Maybe try to sling it in the air a little bit, get Caden Samanza some confidence after that pick 6.
Like Sloan actually lost his helmet after that play, so he'll have to sit out a play here. In motion is Pickett out of the backfield. Here's the jet sweep off to the left. Goes Pickett taking the handoff past the 40, the 45, and then he is taken out of bounds by Todrick McGee of the defense. But a nice run for about 15, and the Cardinals will have the first down into enemy territory. Actually, looks like right at that 50-yard line, with 3:45 to play. 7-0 Missouri State here for Muncie.
Second time we've seen that sweep for Ball State's offense with Pickett, and credit to Malcolm Gilley, who made a big block for Pickett to be able to pick up that first down.
So the clock continues to run with 3.5 left here in the first. Saman's out of the shotgun. Play action rolling out right. There's the tight end, Maximus Webster, making the catch past the 45. Outside the numbers right, and he gets blown up by Lamondre Joe, the cornerback out of Florida. That's a big gain, however, a gain of about 9. And it'll be 2nd and 1 with just over 3 minutes remaining here in the first. Still 7-0 Bears. Here we go, Samanza ready. From the Bear 41-yard line out of the shotgun, 2 wide receivers out left. Now a man in motion in Keon Magwood out to the left, going for the corner. He's got Gilley, but the ball is dropped in. Looked like it was deflected. That's Dylan Simmons, the nickelback. Great coverage, who jumped right in front of that pass before Malcolm Gilley could swallow it up at around the 25-yard line. So still 1 yard to go here for the Cardinals. Now 3rd and 1, still from Missouri State's 41.
And I think Samanza had him. It was a great play by Ball State. They tried to fake a play on the right side in the flat, then decided last second to go near side, but Samanza just a little bit of a short arm, wasn't able to get it there.
Out of the shotgun once again, Samanza. 2 wide receivers out to the left. Quick throw over to the tight end, Koziel, who has it past the 35 towards the numbers left, and he's got a first down.
Big play for Koziel, just running the stick route. He's probably got that option. He can either settle it down or he can push it out and finish that out route.
For an offensive injury.
And we've got an injury on the field for the Cardinals. That's Trey Firestone, the wide receiver out of Zionsville, transfer from Purdue. He's down. It looked like he was holding that knee, trying to hobble off towards the sideline and then couldn't get there.
The big story coming into this afternoon for Ball State was the fact that they had their wide receivers back, and we saw Ty Robinson get hurt on the first play of the game. Now Firestone down, the backup who came in for Ty Robinson. So in terms of the wide receiver core for Ball State, a tough start for the Cardinals.
So, like you said, Jordan, Ty Robinson goes down early on the first play of the game, and now all of a sudden another offensive injury in Trey Firestone. And we will go to a media break, so we'll get you an update on Firestone when we get back, but he's still down on the field just in front of the 35-yard line. This is Ball State football on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least one Mammoth from Mancino's.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
Standards. High standards. That's what sets teams apart. It's also what sets us apart at Pregame Construction. We're not alone in holding our standards high. Ball State University is among those who do. That's why we're proud to sponsor the Ball State Athlete of the Week. High standards in everyday performance is everything in sport, as well as business. Join us in our pursuit of excellence. Join Pregame Construction for your next building project and in our support of Ball State University's Athlete of the Week.
Listening to SportsLink Digital, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Your home for live Ball State sports.
Hey, this is Tanner Koziel, junior tight end here with Ball State Football. Thanks for tuning in to SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. This is your home for all things Ball State football.
So another injury to the wide receiver core for this Ball State football offense. And Trey Firestone was able to limp off the field under his own power, but that's another huge loss, Jordan. You start with Ty Robinson getting hurt on the very first play of the game, and now Trey Firestone, although not listed on the 2-deep, still another big part with that experience from Purdue.
And now you just got to see how Ball State is able to respond offensively, losing some weapons. But Samanza has looked pretty good early. He's 9 for 11, 68 yards, 81% completion. He had that one interception that was off of a tip ball off of the hands of Pickett, one that Pickett probably should have hauled in for the Cardinals. So really no major blunders for the young quarterback so far.
It'll be trips right. 3 wide receivers out to the right for Samanza out of the shotgun. 1st and 10 from the Bear 34-yard line. This is a handoff over to Robinson, who takes it on the sweep past the 30. Bounces outside the numbers right past the 25-yard line. Let's see if he picked up the first down. And I believe he did, so those chains will get moving as the Cardinals inch towards the red zone here. It's 1st and 10 from the Bear 23-yard line now.
Love that burst from Robinson on that outside zone run. You got to get, of course, outside near the numbers, and he really took off. Did not try to cut up too fast, but cut up when was necessary and was able to put that shoulder down, and as you said, pick up a first down.
It was actually TJ Horton, on the sweep. Samanza out of the shotgun, 1st and 10 from the Bear 23-yard line. Samanza looking right, scrambling, fires aside on toss to Gilly, who's in the backfield. He gets blown up about 2 or 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage near the 30-yard line. And it looked like it was Caleb Dietlin, the junior out of Aurora, Illinois, who got to him first, the left side defensive end. So it's 2nd and 13 here with just over a minute to play in the first quarter. 2nd and 13 at the Bear 26. Samanza with 2 men next to him in the backfield. 2 wide receivers out to his left. Out of the shotgun, he hands it off to Sloan. Sloan trying to find some real estate up the middle, gets to about the 20-yard line before he is hauled down. And just inside the red zone goes Sloan. It'll be 3rd and 6 and a big 3rd down opportunity here for Ball State as we see Magwood and Koziel, the wide receiver and tight end ones, come out onto the field to try and convert here on these 6 yards.
A clear passing down for Ball State. A drive that has been a great response after a pick 6, but have to continue. Got to try to put up 7 and tie this game up.
Sloan in the backfield to the right of Samanza out of the shotgun. 3rd and 6 from the Bear 19-yard line. Samanza looking left. Pressure coming. Escapes the pocket. Now finds some space. Tries to crawl his way up the middle, but he is taken down. That's another stop at the line by Caleb Dietlin, who got to him first. And it looks like the Cardinals will have to try and settle for 3 here as Jackson Corville, the sophomore out of Dayton, Ohio, will come out, but not before the first quarter comes to a close. So the Cardinals will have to wait for a field goal attempt here as we move to the second. But 7-0 Missouri State, Jordan.
Well, it's been a great start for the Bears, and for Ball State, they have not looked bad so far defensively. Well, there hasn't been a touchdown scored on their defense yet. It was a defensive touchdown for the Bears that ended up getting them 6, and why the score is 7-0 right now. So for Ball State, you got to come out on the other side of this break, hit that field goal, and then get a big stop and get your offense back out there. But I've liked the way Ball State has looked. Unfortunately, the score is not reflecting the way the Cardinals have played so far.
Ball State's threatened in the red zone a couple of times today, but has not been able to convert just yet. We'll have to try and settle for a field goal when we come back for the start of the second quarter. It'll be 4th and 8 from the Bear 21-yard line as we put a fresh set of 15 minutes on the clock when we come back. Missouri State 7, Ball State nothing when we return. The continuation of the first half here on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
For the best stories, access, and coverage of Ball State sports, follow SportsLink on social media platforms Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat. Search @BSU SportsLink.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Your home for live Ball State sports, streaming right in your timeline.
This is SportsLink Digital.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, pay-per-go toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
SportsLink is the official production partner of Ball State Athletics.
All the chirp you can handle.
Whether you're getting ready for the big game or getting ready for the workday, you always want to start with confidence. Cintas has the essential products and services to help businesses provide a clean, safe environment for their employees and customers. With routine restocking of essential cleaning, hygiene, and safety supplies, on-site cleaning, professional uniform laundering, and testing and inspection of fire equipment and systems. Give everyone the confidence they need to start their day. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
The best stories in Ball State sports, plus live broadcasts right in your timeline.
Follow us at BSU SportsLink.
Hey, this is Ethan Crow, 5th-year center for Ball State football. You're listening to SportsLink Digital, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
7-0 Bears as we move into quarter number 2, and it will start with a field goal attempt here for Jackson Corville, about a 35-yard attempt for the sophomore out of Dayton. His career long is 48. This is his first attempt of the season. Was 15 for 21 last year. Was 12 for 13 inside 40 yards. So let's see if he can put the Cardinals on the board here. Snap is good, the hold is down, the kick is up, and it's low, and no good. It sails wide left. I don't know, did it look like that ball changed directions, Jordan? I don't know if Corville just kicked it off the foot, or if someone might have got a hand on it.
Looked like I think it was just low the whole way, so maybe there was a hand on it, but I think it was just a knuckleball type of kick that originally started in between the uprights and eventually kind of knuckled its way left and ended up missing, but huge for Ball State. We're not able to make that field goal. Now still down by 7. Bears get away with one, and they're already up. And again, the Bears have not beaten an FBS opponent since 1990. I know it's early, but they're up and have the advantage so far.
So Jacob Clark goes back to work from his own 21-yard line, 1st and 10 with 14:56 here on the clock in the second quarter. Pass over the middle of the field is behind his intended target in the tight end, Gary Clinton. Now 2nd and 10. And for more on this Missouri State offense, we send it to the third member of our crew on the sidelines, and Sam Neiger. Hi, Sam.
Hey, Dom. It's been a brutal offensive line just for Missouri State over the past couple of games. They knew they were going to be missing their starting right guard heading into last game, but 2 guys went down with injury in Leozo and Lillibridge for Missouri State. Now they're starting 3 backup offensive linemen, including their backup center at right guard, because their usual backup broke his ribs during pregame against Montana. So it's kind of a thrown-together offensive line for Missouri State here in this game today.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. We were talking with one of the beat reporters with Missouri State as it's 3rd and 10. The pass was incomplete in the backfield from Clark, but just a ton of injuries and an unfortunate one to Justin Curtis pregame against Montana last week. And Sam mentioned he broke his ribs during pregame. 3rd and 10 from his own 21-yard line. Clark out of the shotgun, 3 wide receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Scrambling now towards the right, past the 15, fires right side. It is incomplete. Nice coverage from the free safety and Jordan Coleman. The Ball State secondary comes up big. It's a 3 and out as Missouri State brings on the punting unit.
Just as Sam talked about that offensive line for Missouri State, the fact that they have a lot of injuries, we saw a good pressure from Brandon Berger, the edge rusher for Ball State, was able to force Clark out to his right and force the throw that was a little bit outside, and a great defensive play by Jordan Coleman to set up this 4th down.
Grant Burkett will boot it away. The 3-time FCS All-American boots it in front of Magwood. He calls poison just past the 45-yard line in Cardinal territory. Punt was too short for him to do anything with, so the Cardinals will take over, trying to get back into enemy territory, and we will once again take another timeout. Cardinals get the ball back right away after the missed field goal from Jackson Corville. We're just underway here in the second quarter. 7-0 Missouri State as we go to break here on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, pay-per-go toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
Number 2 in the nation for sports media by the Broadcast Education Association.
This is Ball State Sports Link.
Hey, this is Kaden Samanza, redshirt freshman quarterback for Ball State football. You're listening to Sports Link Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Cardinals will have the ball back as Ball State now moves from left to right. Here from Schumann Stadium in Muncie, Indiana, a gorgeous afternoon for football. 65 and sunny with some clouds covering the skies here and there. But Jordan, I mean, we were talking about it during pregame. I think you could have asked for a more picture-perfect afternoon to start the season here from the Midwest.
Well, when you think of football, you think of fall. We're not in fall yet. I mean, officially it is still the summer season, but it has certainly been fall weather this afternoon. A little bit more chilly, as you said. There's some clouds out here. It's great playing weather for Ball State and for Missouri State. And the fans, they look like they're loving it as well.
Ton of fans on that hill towards the south end zone behind the goalpost, just sitting on blankets, taking in the football game here from Schumann Stadium. 14:29 left here in half number 1. 1st and 10 for Samanza and his offense for the Cardinals on his own 43-yard line. Still 7-0 Missouri State. Ball State looking to get onto the board. Actually looks like, is that Kyle Kelly taking snaps? And he will, and he'll keep it himself on the fake handoff, trying to bounce out towards the left, find a seam up the middle, but the whistle's eventually blown. So how about that? They're going to put Kyle Kelly in the mix here at QB. And now we see Samanza come back onto the field. And that's just Ball State and Jared Elliott maybe trying to throw off this Missouri State defense that was not expecting Kyle Kelly, last year's leading rushing touchdown getter for the Cardinals, to see action at the QB spot.
Yeah, Kelly was a quarterback last year, converted to a defensive back this year, but of course was a player with his speed and who is that explosive. You got to try to get him the ball offensively.
Two wide receivers out to the right, one to the left. Quick throw off to Gilly towards the left in front of the 50-yard line, just towards that Bear sideline. He stopped out of bounds. It's a gain of about 4. Third down and a couple for the Cardinals.
Samanza has made a lot of good decisions early, getting the ball out of his hand quickly, finding his receivers. Feels like he knows this offense. Probably going to be another quick pass here on third down for Samanza. It's third and short.
Magwood in motion out of the backfield from left to right. A man in the backfield out of the shotgun for Samanza. Quickly pitches it off to Sloan, who has real estate up the middle. He's past the 40 to the 35 before he gets dragged down in the secondary. It looked like it was Dylan Simmons there to stop him. But Ball State with a big gain into Bear territory, first and...
That looked a little bit Mahomey. I mean, it was a great play. Pressure coming in on him, and he was able, looked like he was about to get sacked, and then kind of backhanded flipped it to the running back, Sloan. Really smart play by a young player.
First and 10 with 12:30 left here in the second quarter. Ball State down by a score, 7-0 Bears. 3 wide receivers out to the right. Magwood goes in motion. Samanza rolls right at the 40-yard line. Sideline toss to Gilly. He's got it at the 25 before he's wrapped up and taken down towards the sideline. Clock continues to move, but that's a gain of about 8. It was Todrick McGee and Andre Jones, the cornerback. Second and 3, they'll say a gain of 7. So the clock continues to run, under 12 minutes left here in quarter number 2. Second and 3, Samanza on the Bear 28 under center. A man in the backfield, and we've got flags thrown, and Missouri State signaling for a false start, and we'll see what the officiating crew has here.
Looked like one of the Bears defenders jumped early, maybe got back out of the neutral zone. For Ball State offensively on the line, you got to try to jump up with him.
It's offside, actually. That's on Sterlington Smithson, the defensive tackle out of Overland Park, Kansas, who had 3 tackles last week, so that'll move the chains automatically. First and 10 now. Just outside the red zone are the Cardinals.
That's one of those situations where the defense jumped first, the offense then reacted, and of course, once that happens, it's usually going to be an offside call.
Samanza under center, first and 10, play action. Samanza rolling right, has a lot of time. He'll take it himself past the 20, and then gets tossed out of bounds by P.J. Hall Jr. in combination with the cornerback Avery Powell. Samanza went down hard. He's just below the 15-yard line at the 16, second and 5.
I've loved the way that Samanza has gone through his progressions early on in this game. To start off the season, he had 2 receivers on that side of the field, 1 deep, 1 short. Both were not open, didn't try to force a throw. Instead, just took it himself and picked up a nice gain.
Samanza 13 for 15 already for 95 yards in this one. He's got 2 wide receivers out to the left. The handoff goes to Vaughn Pemberton. The first time we'll see him, he gets dragged down, lost his footing, but that should be a Ball State first down. And it should be first and goal as Pemberton gets just past the 10-yard line. Actually, they're going to spot him right at the 10. But first and goal anyways, say the officials. A nice job there by Vaughn Pemberton, who, had he not stumbled, might have had enough room to score.
Red zone offense, very important for Ball State. Not great for them last year. We're 10th in their conference. Right now have a big opportunity at the 10-yard line.
Wide receiver out to the right, to the left. Samanza pitches it off to Sloan, who takes the catch in the backfield He's past the 15-yard line, and that should be a loss of about 2. And we've got a defensive injury on the far side of the football field, and it's the 3rd total injury we have seen this afternoon. It'll be 2nd and 11, so a loss of 1 for Ball State. Still 2nd and goal technically, actually, excuse me, but from the 11-yard line.
Ball State has some extra time now to think about these next 2 plays. What do they want to do? They tried to go to that screen, something they've done a couple of times early on. Was not able to get it on 1st down. We'll see what they're able to do after this break.
So we will take a break here. Still 2nd and goal, but Ball State back to the 11-yard line. The Cardinals looking to knot it up here, down by 7. 7-0 Missouri State. Here with 10:24 left in quarter number 2. This is Ball State football on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Whether you're getting ready for the big game or getting ready for the workday, you always want to start with confidence. Cintas has the essential products and services to help businesses provide a clean, safe environment for their employees and customers. With routine restocking of essential cleaning, hygiene, and safety supplies, on-site cleaning, professional uniform laundering, and testing and inspection of fire equipment and systems. Give everyone the confidence they need to start their day. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
The Hampton Inn of Muncie is the official partner of Ball State Athletics. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. The Hampton Inn is one of Muncie's finest hotels. Come enjoy our free breakfast, free Wi-Fi, and fresh Hampton beds waiting for you. Less than a mile away from Ball State campus. Don't forget to ask about our Ball State special. Search Hampton Inn of Muncie online at munciesweets.hamptonin.com. At munciesweets.hamptonin.com.
SportsLink is the official production partner of Ball State Athletics.
All the chirp chirp you can handle.
Hey, this is Ethan Crow, 5th-year center for Ball State football. You're listening to SportsLink Digital, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
So on that last play, it looked like the nickelback in Dylan Dixon for Missouri State, the sophomore out of Houston, Texas, took a tumble with some kind of lower body injury, able to walk off the field under his own power. The 2nd-year transfer from Colorado, Dylan Dixon. Cardinals will have the ball, 2nd and goal inside the red zone, but from the 11-yard line. After the loss of about a yard on the failed screen to the left to Brayden Sloan on the last play. 10:24 left here in quarter number 2. 7-0 in favor of Missouri State. Glad you're with us here on SportsLink Digital Radio. I'm Dominick Liacone. My analyst today, Jordan Klimes. Sam Neiger down on the sidelines, and Brayden Carroll up here producing and hosting, doing a fabulous job as always. Clock starts to move. Samanza back under center. He's got Sloan in the backfield. Couple of wide receivers out to the right. Samanza puts a man in motion out of the backfield. It's Cam Pickett who takes the jet sweep, and there he goes past the 15-yard line. But another loss, and this Bear defense doing an incredible job of reading these run plays early here for the Cardinals. And it looked like it was Kanye Young, the middle linebacker out of California and 2nd-year transfer, who got to Cam Pickett early. So
the 3rd time they ran that sweep too.
So now from the 15-yard line, 3rd and goal. Samanza with 2 men next to him in the backfield. Magwood goes in motion from right to left. Sloan to the left of Samanza. 3 wide receivers now out to the left. Samanza, a ton of time. Line doing a nice job for him. Samanza has room. He finds space up the middle towards the end zone. Is he in? Touchdown Cardinals. Samanza bursts up the middle, and the redshirt freshman has his first rushing touchdown as a Ball State Cardinal. And all of a sudden, Ball State an extra point away from tying this ball game up. The Cardinals finally on the board.
Another great showing by Caden Samanza. He went through his progressions. Great blocking by his offensive line. There was simply nobody open. So what do? Well, he took off with his legs, found an open gap, was able to put the shoulder down, roll over a body, and get into the end zone. Ball State trying to tie it up.
Corville on for the extra point. Already 0 for 1 today on field goal attempts, but here's his first PAT of this season. And he rifles it through the uprights. That was a confident kick from the sophomore kicker. And with 9:19 left here in quarter number 2, Ball State has knotted this thing up at 7 apiece. And we will take another timeout. So Ball State and Missouri State deadlocked at 7 all with just under 9:20 to play here in half number 1. More action yet to come when we return on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least one Mammoth from Mancino's.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
Standards. High standards. That's what sets teams apart. It's also what sets us apart at Pregame Construction. We're not alone in holding our standards high. Ball State University is among those who do. That's why we're proud to sponsor the Ball State Athlete of the Week. High standards in everyday performance is everything in sport, as well as business. Join us in our pursuit of excellence. Join Pregame Construction for your next building project and in our support of Ball State University's Athlete of the Week.
The best stories in Ball State sports, plus live broadcasts, right in your timeline.
Follow us at BSU SportsLink.
Hey, this is Ty Robinson, redshirt junior wide receiver for Ball State football. You're listening to SportsLink Digital, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
So Ball State on the board for the first time this afternoon, thanks to the 15-yard rushing touchdown from Caden Samadza, the redshirt freshman, on the board for the first time this season, as Corville and company get set to kick it off from the 35-yard line. Jaden Becks and Devontae Key back for the return for Missouri State. Ball State able to tie this game up at 7 apiece here from Schumann Stadium here in the season opener today. This is the first time since 2021 the Cardinals have opened their season at home. Corville puts boot to leather. We're back underway. Becks will fake taking it in right at the goal line, just lets it bounce into the end zone for a touchback, and we'll see the Cardinal defense out on the field once again. As always, led by last year's leading tackler, Keontae Newsome. And for more on Keontae, we send it down to the third member of our crew, Sam Neiger.
That's right, Dom. Confidence is key on this Ball State team, especially for the defense. And as much confidence as this team has, Keontae Newsome is kind of the spark plug for that. He is the sole surviving member on the defensive side of the ball for Ball State's 2020 MAC championship. He was actually the scout team player of the year that year. So he's trying to reinvigorate these guys as the Cardinals try and vie for another championship, but it seems like they've got a chip on their shoulder heading into this season.
Thank you, Sam. 1st and 10, play action. Jacob Clark finds his man up the middle. It looks like it's the tight end. And it is Chase Mason who makes the catch. Actually, Lance Mason, excuse me, the 6'4" tight end out of Rockwell, Texas. One Rockwell native to another. A touchdown last year for Lance Mason. 1st and 10 now from the 44. Out of the shotgun is Jacob Clark. He hands it off in the backfield. This is Jacardier Wright. with not a lot of room on that left side. Gets taken down for a gain of about 1 to 2 yards. Should be 2nd and 8 here as the clock trickles just to about 8.5 left in quarter number 2. Ball State 7, Bears 7.
Well, looking at this Missouri State Bears offense, the big person to watch was Jacardier Wright, and so far has not really done that much today. Only a couple of carries for the star running back, probably trying to get him going on this drive.
Here's a handoff over to Jacardier Wright in the backfield, trying to bounce right, but he is swallowed up in the backfield. That is a massive loss. The Cardinal line all over it. And now a big 3rd down play here for Missouri State.
This is a Ball State defense that coming into the year, a lot of new faces, a lot of question marks as to what they would be able to do defensively. So far, they've looked good, but now the Bears in a 3rd and long situation. They had 5 conversions on 3rd down of over 11+ yards. This one for 13.
Someone almost jumped early. Trips left. Deep shot from Clark down the field. It's in and out of the hands of his receiver. Flags are down in the backfield. Pass was intended up the middle.
Offside. Defense, number 99. 5-yard holding. Remains 3rd down.
Pass was intended for Blackstrain up the middle, but that offside going against the defensive end into Kari Frazier for the Cardinals. It's just a 5-yard penalty, so we'll retry 3rd down once again, but 3rd and 8. A man in the backfield behind Clark, who's in the pistol. 3 wide receivers out left. Clark looks left. Pocket collapsing quick. Clark scrambling out right. Does he have a man? He does, but well short of the 1st down marker. Short of the line to gain, and the Cardinal defense comes up big yet again. Missouri State is now 0 for 3 on 3rd down today.
That's a testament to this Ball State defense. Again, one that's very young, a lot of question marks, and especially on that defensive line. But you set it down. The pocket collapsed on the quarterback, Clark, perfectly. Not only was there pressure fast, but he had nowhere to go, was forced to back up, then go outside the pocket. And at that time, there was nobody there.
Grant Burkett, the 4-time All-MVFC team member, will boot it. It takes a bad hop and ricochets out of bounds right. Now, looks like the Cardinals will have the ball marked at around their own 30-yard line. And once again, we'll take a timeout. So Caden Samanza and company will go back to work for this Ball State Cardinal offense, trying to continue the momentum after putting up 6 last time. 7-7 with 6:46 left here in half number 1. Ball State and Missouri State deadlocked here on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, pay-per-go toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
You're listening to Ball State Football, streaming live with SportsLink Digital.
Now back to the stadium.
Hey, this is Ethan Crow, 5th-year center for Ball State football. You're listening to SportsLink Digital, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
The Cardinals have the football moving from left to right in their own territory at the We are all square here at 7 apiece. Missouri State visiting Muncie to take on the Cardinals for the first time ever. And we mentioned the struggles that Missouri State has had against FBS opponents. If Missouri State were able to pull this one off today, as Sam mentioned in the pregame, it would be the first time since 1990 that the Bears will have defeated an FBS opponent. That was back 34 years ago at UNLV when the Bears won that contest 31-24. And speaking of close games, you look at Bowling Green in Happy Valley against Penn State and the Nittany Lions, down just by 10 in the fourth, but in the red zone are the Falcons, 34-24 that score, Jordan. So that's an interesting storyline we'll have to keep an eye out on. The MAC going up against the Big Ten. So here's Caden Samanza back under center. A couple of wide receivers out to the right. A man in the backfield in Brayden Sloan. 1st and 10 from his own 30-yard line. Samanza takes the snap. He hands it off to Sloan, who tries to find some space up the middle, but is barricaded down by that line, and no gain for Sloan. That combination of Smith, Williams, Wallace, and another Williams up front for the Bears have not allowed a lot of room up the middle for this Ball State run game this afternoon.
There's been room outside in the run game, but you said it perfectly, Dom. There's been no room in the interior thus far. Everything that's sprung for a gain for Ball State has been outside the hashes.
2nd and 9, only a gain of 1 with 6:11 left in quarter number 2. Magwood in motion from right to left in the backfield. Samanza takes it out of the shotgun. And he'll find his tight end, Tanner Koziel, at the 30. Left bouncing outside the numbers towards the 35, and now out of bounds at around the 40-yard line. We'll see if they move those chains. He was just right at that first down marker, and I think they'll rule him just short. That's going to be 4th and inches, it looks like. Or 3rd and inches, excuse me.
Ball State can maybe try to impose its will with their offensive line, but I love the play call. On that 2nd down play, they had Koziel, the tight end, kind of chip blocked first and then slipped out, let the defensive end who was blocking him go and rush Samanza, and that left Koziel wide open.
The fullback in Charlie Spiegel is out on the field. The handoff goes to Sloan up the middle, just trying to get to the yard line to gain. He found room up the middle, and they will say 1st down. So Brayden Sloan gets the ball once again. That's already his 9th carry today. For now 30 yards, and that's a Ball State 1st down.
Still no 3-and-outs for Ball State's offense thus far in this matchup. Really all of the drives so far have been pretty good for Ball State. One, of course, ending in a pick 6, but even then, they were driving to start it off.
Samanza from his own 40-yard line out of the shotgun with just under 5 minutes to play. Now Koziel moves over left side as a receiver. 1st and 10, Samanza. Play action up the middle for Koziel, and it's through his hands. That was a tight spiral, had some life to it on that throw from Samanza, and Koziel unable to hang on. 2nd and 10.
Tight spiral and a tight window. Koziel was lined up wide in a quick slant. Samanza had to get that ball out of his hands fast. A good defense right on his back, was not able to haul that ball in.
2nd and 10 with 4:40 left here. We're knotted up at 7 apiece here from Schumann Stadium. Couple of wide receivers out either way. And now Magwood moves over to the right side. Man in the backfield, Samanza out of the shotgun. This one dumped off up the middle for Pickett. Bounces out towards the right side. Outside the numbers, past the 45-yard line. It'll be 3rd down with a gain of about 5 there for Ball State.
And Samanza got rocked off his blind side right when he made that throw. Was able to hang in there, able to pick up a couple of yards, throwing it out in the flat. So good job on Samanza for hanging in tough, giving Ball State a 3rd and medium opportunity.
Clock now running under 4 minutes and 10 seconds here in quarter number 2. A couple of wide receivers out either way for Samanza. Out of the shotgun, up the middle, finds his man in Magwood, makes a man miss around the left side, trying to circle towards the line to gain at around the 50. Clock will continue to move as Magwood stays in bounds, but did he get there is the question. They might mark him just short here, Jordan, and it looks like they will.
Yeah, marking him short. Looked like he tried to reach out. It just depends. Was his knee down before he got the reach? It looks like Ball State's offense, at least right now, going to stay out on the field. Might take another look to see if he got it, but right now marked about a half yard short.
So they will say he's short. This is another near inches play here. This time it's 4th and inches. Out of the pistol, Samanza, who's got Sloan in the backfield, and now a timeout taken by Ryan Beard in Missouri State.
They're first. Be 30 seconds in left.
It'll just be a 30-second timeout as Ryan Beard and potentially his defensive coordinator and LD Scott wanting to talk things over. You know, the one thing we haven't really talked about, Jordan, is this family affair that we've got going on for Missouri State. Head coach Ryan Beard, of course, in his second season, took over the program last year, and late December during 2022 is when he officially got the title. He served under legendary head coach Bobby Petrino, and Petrino was the head coach of the Bears for the 3 seasons previous to him. But you look at these two offensive coordinators, of course, Nick Petrino, the son of Bobby Petrino, and then LD Scott, both brothers-in-law with head coach Ryan Beard. Ryan married to the former Katie Petrino, and LD Scott married to the former Kelsey Petrino. That's a pretty cool family dynamic.
A lot of great chemistry.
Still 4th and 1. Samanza now under center. Gets the handoff to Sloan, who's blown up in the backfield. I don't think he's going to get there. They'll mark him well short, in Missouri State's defense up the middle comes through yet again.
That's a testament to Coach Beard, to LD Scott, the defensive coordinator, with that decision to call that timeout. It's a great play by Ryan Williams to blow up into the backfield, make a huge tackle on Sloan, and now the Bears going to take over in Ball State territory.
So the Cards cannot convert on 4th and very short. Just over 3 minutes to go here in half number 1. The Bears on the Cardinal 48-yard line with Clark out of the shotgun. 3 wide receivers out to the left, 1 to the right, and a man in the backfield. 1st and 10. Clark had some trouble with the handoff. I don't know if he was going for a play action. Got blown up in the backfield. A loss of about 1, and I think it was Dakari Frazier who just exploded into the backfield and got to Clark quickly. Yeah, he had some trouble juggling the football there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he was trying to be a read option or, as you said, he was juggling it, trying to hand it off and just couldn't do it. But either way, it was a blown play.
So 2nd and 11. Clark looking right. He has his man just short of the yard to gain. And looked like it was Jamarie Robinson who made the catch. That's Robinson's 2nd reception today. It's 3rd and short, around 3rd and 5, excuse me. 3rd and 4, they'll say, with just over 2 minutes left here, as looks like both teams just going to let this clock wind down to the 2-minute warning.
That is the 2-minute timeout.
So Missouri State with still a bit of work to do. Of course, that throw to Jamarie Robinson picked up around 7, but still have to pick up a couple of yards here. And we'll take it to another break here as we'll come back for the final 2 minutes of half number 1. The Bears threatening in Ball State territory, but it's 3rd and 4 when we come back on the Ball State 42-yard line. Cardinals 7. Bears 7 here on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Whether you're getting ready for the big game or getting ready for the workday, you always want to start with confidence. Cintas has the essential products and services to help businesses provide a clean, safe environment for their employees and customers. With routine restocking of essential cleaning, hygiene, and safety supplies, on-site cleaning, professional uniform laundering, and testing and inspection of fire equipment and systems. Give everyone the confidence they need to start their day. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
The Hampton Inn of Muncie is the official partner of Ball State Athletics. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans.
Back inside Schumann Stadium, 3rd and 4 here. 2 minutes on the clock left in quarter number 2. Both teams with 7 apiece. Clark out of the pistol. 2 wide receivers either way. A man in motion on the right side. Clark takes the snap and pitches it out. The ball is free. Having trouble with the pitch was Jacardier Wright. And we'll see who has the football. Looks like Missouri State was able to recover, but Ball State going to take a timeout. It'll be a 30-second timeout. That is a massive play as it's now 4th and 3 at the Cardinal 41-yard line with 1:50 to go here in the second.
And now Missouri State 0 for 4 on third down conversions in this game. And that was an opportunity that for the Bears, yes, you want to pick up that first down, but actually very fortunate to get back on that ball. It looked like Beck's the running back who was not able to haul in that pitch from the quarterback, Clark. He was not even able to get back on the ball. It was another Bear who ended up jumping on it. So for the Bears, a good opportunity just because it could have been a lot worse for Ball State. Now they'll get the ball back under 2 minutes, going to try to get a 2-minute drive and try to take the lead heading into halftime.
Grant Burkett is out to boot it away from around the 50-yard line. Punt goes up in the air. Magwood calling for a fair catch as he hauls it in at around the 13-yard line in his own territory. Another one inside the 20-yard line for Grant Burkett, who we talked about ranks number 2 in FCS active punters in average punt distance coming into this one. 44, just over 44 yards of punt, Jordan. One of the best punters in all of FCS football.
Was able to pin Ball State deep at the Cardinals' 13-yard line. A long field to go with 1:44 to play. Going to be fun to watch Caden Samanza in this 2-minute offense. Again, trying to take the lead before halftime.
2 wide receivers out to the right, 1 to the left. 1st and 10 from his own 13. Samanza hands it off to Sloan, trying to find some real estate up the middle. Gets pushed forward on that last final burst. It's a gain of about 3. Clock continues to run, and this is where you get really curious about this 2-minute drill. Samanza working quick, back out of the shotgun. 3 wide receivers out to the right. Samanza quickly fires it to the left for his wide receiver, Cam Perkins, and he's down the sideline past the 50, but they'll say he stepped out of bounds actually right around the 35-yard line. That was Cam Pickett, excuse me. That could have been a big gain had he would have stayed in bounds. He only had green grass in the stands in front of him. It's at the 35-yard line, 1st and 10 now. Cardinals still in their own territory. 1:15 left here in half number 1. Samanza with 2 wide receivers out to the right, 1 to the left. A man in the backfield to his left. Samanza looking right, trying to find Pickett yet again, and he overthrows him just past the 50-yard line.
Samanza, a lot of great connections with his receivers so far. That time had Pickett open on the near side, was running a corner route and just put it a bit too far in front of Pickett. Maybe thought he was going to break a little bit earlier than he did. Stops the clock with 1:11.
Samanza 18 for 21. Of course, the interception that turned into a pick 6 earlier, but he's looked phenomenal since then. Trouble with the snap Samanza has. He's at around the 25-yard line, just has to dump it off in front of him to Vaughn Pemberton. That's a loss of about 5, and that could have got a whole lot worse, but luckily Samanza able to recover just in time.
Snap came in a little bit hot to Samanza, one that he's got to haul in, though, and then he made that throw out in the flat to his running back, trying to just get the ball out of his hands. I like the idea, but instead of maybe trying to throw it when the defense was all surrounding him, maybe just ground that ball right in front of that running back. Make sure that you're not losing 5 yards. Yes, you're going to set up 3rd and 10, but now you're backed up 5 more yards, 3rd and 15, and just letting the clock bleed down.
Looks like the Cardinals are just going to take the delay of game penalty here. And no, actually, excuse me. They're not going to take the delay of game penalty. They're just going to take the timeout and try and let this clock bleed down as much as it can. And 22 seconds left on the clock. 3rd and 15. Samanza and company at their own 30-yard line. A big play needed here for Ball State if they want to put some points on the board before half. We're still square at 7 apiece. We thought this was going to be a higher scoring game than what it is right now. A lot of us had thought that we would see a ton of offense early, but it's been a lot of nerves on both sides, and the defenses, especially in the secondary, have really stepped up.
Yeah, for Ball State, they were able to punch in 1 offensive touchdown. Still 0 offensive touchdowns for the Bears.
3rd and 15 for Samanza at his own 30-yard line out of the shotgun. A couple of wide receivers out to the left, one to the right. Samanza takes the snap. Looking up the middle, he's got Pickett. There he goes, past the 30, now to the 35, and scampers out of bounds, far side. Outside the numbers he goes. Another reception for Pickett, gains about 5, but the Cardinals on 4th down now here are going to send the punting unit out.
Yeah, it was 3rd and long, so for Ball State, a situation where you cannot try to get too aggressive and force something. You don't want to have a pick or anything where the Bears could be set up an opportunity where they could kick a field goal and try to take the lead. So just a throw right over the middle on a little drag route.
Cardinals have not been able to convert on their last 2 third down opportunities. This punt into the hands of Hunter Wood for Missouri State off the foot of Cooey Jr. Wood with nowhere to run, trying to deke around a couple of defenders, but gets taken down at around his own 20-yard line. And with just 5 seconds remaining here in half number 1, I would not be surprised if Missouri State just takes a knee here to let the clock run out.
And same type of situation, not going to get too aggressive. Certainly probably not going to score a touchdown with 5 seconds left. I think coming into this game, if you were to tell Coach Beard you'd be tied at half, he'd be very pleased with his team.
1st and 10 from the 21-yard line. It's Clark out of the shotgun, 3 wide receivers out left, so the Bears might take a shot at this thing. Clark takes the snap. Ball State brings forward. This is a handoff up the middle for Jacardier Wright, who's wrapped up. Fights for a couple of more yards before taken down at around the 29-yard line, but that is it for the first half of play. Ball State and Missouri State knotted up at 7 apiece. The FCS Missouri State Bears in a dogfight with the FBS Ball State Cardinals. Coming up here at the half, we'll have the Cardinal football halftime show presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. Brayden, Carroll, and Jordan Klimes will get you that. And all you need to know going forward will get you the summary of half number 1 and what both teams need to do to finish strong here in this one. For now, we'll take a short break and we'll see and get you Brayden, Carroll, and Jordan Klimes at the half. Don't go anywhere for the Cardinal football halftime show here on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least 1 Mammoth from Mancino's.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
Standards. High standards. That's what sets teams apart. It's also what sets us apart at Pregame Construction. We're not alone in holding our standards high. Ball State University is among those who do. That's why we're proud to sponsor the Ball State Athlete of the Week. High standards in everyday performance is everything in sport, as well as business. Join us in our pursuit of excellence. Join Pregame Construction for your next building project and in our support of Ball State University's Athlete of the Week.
The best stories in Ball State sports, plus live broadcasts, right in your timeline.
Follow us at BSU SportsLink.
Hey, this is Ethan Crow, fifth-year center for Ball State football. You're listening to Sports Link Digital, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Welcome to the Cardinal football halftime show here as Ball State and Missouri State are tied up 7-7 through 2 quarters of play. I'm Brayden Carroll, joined alongside color analyst Jordan Klimes. And Jordan, very defensive first half between these two squads. Ball State clearly had the offensive advantage, but when it mattered most, the Bears were able to tucker down and stop this team from really being able to extend.
Well, you talk about the defenses, and of course we had a defensive touchdown. It was P.J. Hall who was able to haul in that big touchdown off of a tip pass from Pickett. Was trying to haul it in, just could not do it. So good job by Hall to be there and go and score that touchdown. But for Ball State defensively, against this Missouri State offense that coming into this game you thought was going to be really successful. They had a big week last week, especially in the run game, and really it's been nothing doing for the Missouri State offense, and that's a testament to what the Ball State defense has done. Actually negative yards in the run game when it comes to net for Missouri State, negative 11 yards in the first half. And when it comes to passing for the Bears, not too much better, 73 yards. On the Cardinals side of things, there has been some effective offense, just not as effective as you'd like to see on the scoreboard. Samanza at the half, 130 yards. That's almost about what Ball State's average yards per game was last year. So that's a big step up for the Ball State passing offense. And when it comes to the rushing offense, 77 total yards, 34 yards from the transfer Brayden Sloan. So they have been efficient moving the ball, just have not punched it into the end zone. Again, there was that pick that probably should have not happened off of that tip pass. But yeah, for the Bears, happy to still be in this game. As I said before this break, if you were to tell Missouri State and their head coach Ryan Beard at halftime they would be tied, I think he'd be very pleased with the effort his team has put up so far. And I think it's going to be pretty similar in the second half. Going to see some adjustments. But as you said, Brayden, it's been the defense early.
And one thing that Coach Beard certainly isn't happy with this Missouri State squad is their third down efficiency right now. 0 of 4. We talked about in the pregame show how fourth down efficiency was an issue in their loss to Montana, and very similar miscues going on right now for that team.
Yeah, we're 0-2 on fourth down against Montana. For third down, they were all right, went 6 for 14 again. 5 of those were for 11 or more yards. And in this game, as you said, Brayden, they're 0 for 4 on third down conversions. If you want to move your offense down the field, you're going to have to pick up third down conversions. And just simply, it has not happened for the Bears. The only time they're picking up first downs has been on big first down plays, usually kind of to the wide receivers on passes. And so for the Bears, yeah, you got to start picking up some third downs. You can't be 0 for 4 and expect to have any points. Luckily, they do have points because of that pick 6 we talked about earlier, but that has to be cleaned up. A good thing for the Bears is the penalties from last week has been cleaned up, so that's been good. There were 13 penalties by Missouri State against Montana 1 week ago. 0 penalties on the Bears thus far in this game. So a big change when it comes to that department. Actually, 1 penalty on Missouri State for only 5 yards. It was an offside.
A lot of improvement being shown by Montana here, by Missouri State here in this matchup compared to that game against Montana. Sam Neiger got a chance to catch up with Coach Mike New at the press conference early this week. We're going to listen into that conversation that he was able to have.
This team as they head into week 1 against Missouri State. It seems like this team kind of has a chip on their shoulder where they maybe haven't over the past couple of years. Can you speak on to that and the confidence that these guys are exuding right now?
Yeah, I do. Obviously we've trained kind of all off season with a little bit of a chip on our shoulder, but it's been a healthy chip. It's been one of those that, you're motivated every day to go train, whether it's in the weight room, whether it's on the practice field, in the meeting room. And I credit our guys that are the leaders of our football team that have done a great job of setting the tone. We've had several new faces that have joined our program this year, some of them through the transfer portal, and I really credit our guys for really just making sure they know what the expectations are and how we go about doing business.
You're facing a Missouri State team that's got a pretty talented offense. They can sling the rock, but they're also playing an old school brand of football. They really like to pound the ground game. Is your run defense ready? I know that there's a little bit of inexperience on the defensive side of the ball.
Well, there's no question. It's going to be a great challenge. Missouri State is a really good football team. They played extremely well the other night on the road in a tough place to play in Montana against a team that lost in the national championship game a year ago. So make no mistake about it. This is, and obviously they're making the move next year to FBS, but this is a really good football team that we're going to have a great week here of preparation, and they're going to come in here hungry, especially after the way things ended the other night. They had a couple of things that they can clean up on there, and I'm sure they felt like they deserved to win that football game. So got to have a great week, got great film to study on them, and it all starts with making sure that our guys sink their teeth into the game plan and go out and execute and play fast.
Our offense is something to get excited about, Coach. You got a lot of depth at a lot of positions. I'm specifically talking about this receiver core. You're returning a lot of guys with a lot of talent. Who's one guy you want to get the ball to early and often?
Yeah, and I would say this is really the most depth that we've had at the receiver position in a while. And obviously, it's always a goal of ours to get the ball in the hands of our playmakers. It's going to be exciting to have Ty Robinson come back into the mix. He had a great start to the year last year before suffering season-ending injuries. Had a great offseason all year. Excited to get Cam Pickett back. Cam missed all of last year. So it's exciting to see him come back, the speed that he brings to the table for us. Keon Magwood's had a great offseason after having a breakout year last year. So really excited about all those guys. Of course, Justin Bowick has been a great addition to our program, great size, great route runner for a big man. So really excited about the depth overall. And obviously we got to do a great job getting the ball in the hands of our playmakers.
Yeah, and the guy actually getting them that ball, Caden Samanza, it's his first full year as QB1. A little bit of a carousel last year at the quarterback position. How much of a relief is it to this team knowing that they've got their guy going into week one?
Yeah, no question about it. You've been able to build around him all offseason, and he's had a great offseason as well. He communicates, listening to him during certain segments of practice, making sure his guys overcome a mistake or making sure they finish the right way. So I'm excited for him. I know how hard he's worked all offseason in the film room. Again, he's built a great rapport with the guys or the skill players around him, and I'm excited to see his hard work pay off.
Yeah, Coach, I know you touched on this in the press conference just a little bit, but is it more of an advantage for our guys because we had an extra week to prepare, or is it more of an advantage that Missouri State's already played a football game?
Yeah, I think you can spin that either way you want to. For them, they played a game this year. They've gotten some all the hard work they put in the offseason. They got to finally get on the field. Now they got a game under their belt. You always make a lot of improvements from week 1 to week 2, so that part is really exciting for them. For us, we have to turn it into a positive. It is what it is. We didn't play week 1 after the Army situation unfolded the way it did. So we've just tried to take advantage of extra practice time. We've tried to make it as game-like as possible, competing against each other every day in practice. So, but we've also had an extra week to prepare for Missouri State. And, again, we're going to be hard at work all this week, continue to prepare for that.
Yeah, we're excited for Saturday, Coach. Thanks for your time.
All right, appreciate you.
We can see the preparation really paying off for Ball State on the defensive end, holding the squad to just 7 points, and all of them on their defensive side. Coach New talked about the expectations this team has and how much they've come together. 9th place in the MAC preseason polls. They certainly want to progress through this season, and getting through a tough opponent like this Missouri State squad is a big first step.
Absolutely it is, and coming into this matchup, we said that Missouri State almost in a lot of ways feels like a MAC team with the way they play, the way they're able to ground and pound the ball, as Sam was able to say. Now, they haven't been too effective in that realm thus far, but still the dynamic of the way they play football feels very Mid-American Conference-like in the way that they're able to do things. But it's been a good job by Ball State thus far to hang in with them. And talking about the defense for Ball State, Sam asked Coach New in that interview about the young defense and specifically that defensive front and how they're going to be able to hold themselves in the run game. Was a huge question coming into this game, and I can say confidently, 1 half in so far, that Ball State's front has been phenomenal. It's been -5 rushing yards in the first half for the Bears, so I mean it cannot really get much better for that if you're Ball State's defense from that perspective, shutting down that run game and really letting a lot of young players, a lot of new players to the field step in, and they've stepped up.
Big time showing by this Ball State defense. The Pride of Mid-America marching band playing in the background. We're going to take a break here on the Cardinal football halftime show. Once again, your halftime score, Ball State and Missouri State knotted up at 7. You're listening to SL Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
For the best stories, access, and coverage of Ball State sports, follow SportsLink on social media platforms Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat. Search @BSU SportsLink.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Your home for live Ball State sports, streaming right in your timeline.
This is SportsLink Digital.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, pay-per-go toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
SportsLink is the official production partner of Ball State Athletics.
All the chirp you can handle.
Whether you're getting ready for the big game or getting ready for the workday, you always want to start with confidence. Cintas has the essential products and services to help businesses provide a clean, safe environment for their employees and customers. With routine restocking of essential cleaning, hygiene, and safety supplies, on-site cleaning, professional uniform laundering, and testing and inspection of fire equipment and systems. Give everyone the confidence they need to start their day. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Ranked number 2 in the nation for sports media by the Broadcast Education Association.
This is Ball State SportsLink.
What up, Cardinals fans? This is Kyle Kelly, redshirt junior cornerback for Ball State football. You're listening to SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Welcome back to the Cardinal football halftime show. The score at the half, Ball State 7, Missouri State 7. I'm Brayden, Carroll, joined alongside Jordan Klimes. And, it's always a privilege to call these games here for Ball State. And the story of Missouri State's play-by-play broadcaster, a seasoned veteran with that squad, is a phenomenal one. And we're going to go to sideline reporter Sam Neiger with the scoop on that story.
That's right, Brayden. Always a privilege to get to call these games, but maybe appreciating that privilege more nowadays is Art Haynes. He's been a 30-year broadcaster for the Missouri State Bears. He's been the voice of that team for a long time. That wasn't until he contracted the West Nile virus a couple of years ago. He visited 4 hospitals over the past 2 years and was told that he probably wasn't going to continue to live. One hospital actually gave up on him, but he's still here today, guys. And it's really a miraculous story. He has just lost the use of his legs, but he is still on the radio for this Bears team. He did not make the trip to Muncie today. He's only doing the home radio. Corey Riggs is the away radio play-by-play, but just an incredible story to still see Art Haynes doing what he loves and doing well as he is in good health, as good as he has been in a couple of years, guys. What a story for this Bears squad. Something to root for.
A great story. Thank you, Sam. And I'm sure he's listening to the Bears Network broadcast over a couple booths away right now from home. If he does happen to tune into this one, rooting for him. Great story there.
Yeah, and I think he's got to be pretty happy with the way his Bears have played thus far, tied up at the half. It's been a good start for his Bears and a great story for him. A lot of passion, especially towards a smaller university like Missouri State. To have somebody to be there for what Sam said, 30 years is very incredible. The type of determination and passion for that program is really unmatched, and so a testament to him and his battle and his love for his Missouri State Bears.
His Missouri State Bears are looking for an upset today over an FBS foe, tied up 7-7. They haven't been able to get the offense going, and that's going to be the key for them if they want to be able to get a victory here at Schumann Stadium. What's stopping their offense from being able to churn out yards against this Ball State team?
I think first and foremost, it's been the lack of a run game for Missouri State. Again, they have -5 rush yards as a team. They've ran the ball a decent amount, but there has been little success when they've ran the ball. And so for Missouri State, try to feed Jacardier right. You're tied up 7-7, so you're not behind. You could still run the ball. And of course, if you're able to do that and do it effectively, it runs a lot of time off the clock. And when looking at time of possession right now, it heavily favors Ball State. I mean, you would not think the score is 7-7 when looking at the time of possession. Missouri State in that first half had the ball for 6 minutes, 33 seconds. Ball State, 23 minutes and 27 seconds. So a huge shift there in the way that the time of possession is set up. So for Missouri State, got to try to stay on the ground, establish that run, get Jacardier right going, and get time ticking off the clock.
And you know, for Ball State, it's surprising that this score still stands. First downs, they're leading that category 14-2 right now. How does this Cardinals squad finish off drives and get into the end zone the way they need to separate themselves from Missouri State?
Yeah, it's a tough question because I think that Ball State offensively has actually looked pretty good. Of course, you would like them to finish off more drives, and there was that pick six on that one drive where they were driving down the field pretty nicely. However, for Ball State, I think they just have to continue with what they're doing. They're going to the screen game a lot, and that started off hot early on. I say stick with it, but don't be reliant on it. If you're in second or third long situations, don't be afraid to let Samanza throw the ball down the field.
Both teams warming up, getting ready for a new half of football. The score 7-7. One of these squads looking to break free and walk out of Schumann Stadium with a victory. Thank you for listening to the Cardinal Football Halftime Show. Dom Liacone, Jordan Klimes, sideline reporter Sam Neiger will be on the other side to call the remainder of this game. You're listening to SL Digital, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, pay-per-go toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
Top Sports Media School in 2024 by the Indiana Association of School Broadcasters.
This is Ball State Sports Link.
Hey, this is Ty Robinson, redshirt junior wide receiver for Ball State football. You're listening to SportsLink Digital, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
All right, so we are just about set for half number 2 of this one. Ball State 7, Missouri State 7. So glad you're back with us here on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. I'm Dominick Liacone, joined by Jordan Klimes, with Sam Neiger down on the sidelines and Brayden Carroll doing our hosting and producing. Missouri State decided to defer to the second half, so they will take the football here to start. The Bears will move from left to right. It'll be Jackson Corville to kick it away for Ball State. And as for the Bears, it'll be Jaden Becks and Devontae Key back to take the kick. Missouri State trying to get something going offensively, especially rushing the football. You mentioned it with Brayden at the half, Jordan, only -5 rushing yards combined as Corville into the wind, kicks it just in front of the 10-yard line. It's picked up by Becks. Tries to bounce free past the 20 and then gets taken down at the 25-yard line. And it looked like that was Caden Johnson on special teams to meet Becks there, who made a hard hit and brought him down.
Now for the Bears after halftime, the question that we have been asking is, are they going to get the run game established? They have a great, and I mean great, running back in Jacardier Wright. Also another good one in Jaden Bex, who was just on that kick return. Try to get him the ball, try to get that thunder and lightning combination rolling.
2 wide receivers to the right now. One goes in motion in Wood. The handoff from Clark out of the shotgun, and he is gobbled up. It is Jacardier Wright in the backfield, and more negative yardage for these Bears. So far the answer is no, at least for now, Jordan, as it'll be 2nd and 11 from the Bears' own 23-yard line.
It was great penetration by Keontae Newsome. Screamed in the backfield. There was nowhere for Jacardier Wright to run.
2 wide receivers out to the left for Clark, who's in the pistol right now. Takes the snap out of the shotgun, fakes the handoff, play action, rolling out to the left, and he underthrows his receiver. Had him wide open towards the left side of the field, just past the left hash mark. That was Lance Mason, the tight end, who had some real estate around the 35-yard line. But again, the pass behind him, another incompletion for Jacob Clark, who is now just 4 for 10 on passing today. It's 3rd and 11, still from the Bears' own 23-yard line. Out of the pistol is Clark. It's trips left, a man in the backfield behind him. That's Jacardier Wright, a wide receiver out to the right and key. Dumping it off to right is Clark, but he is dropped in the backfield. And it looked like it was Miles Norwood, the cornerback on the rush in, able to make the play, and a quick 3 and out to start for the Ball State defense.
I've got to say, I've been so impressed with this Ball State defense. A lot of questions coming in, and they have stepped up to every task. Newsome was in the backfield. The quarterback Norwood was in the backfield. Everybody flying in there and giving these Bears a run for their money.
So Grant Burkett will have to punt it away once again from his own 5-yard line. A high punt that sails in the air for a bit, and it's Keon Magwood who took it on the back pedal towards the 30, and then he is wrapped up. It looked like it was Kanye Young, the usual middle linebacker, who got to him first. And the special teams for Missouri State, at least trying to make up for the inconsistent offense. I don't know if Keon Magwood was just trying to keep that ball from taking a bad hop towards the end zone inside the 20. Did you like that play, Jordan?
I think that was very dangerous by Magwood to try to take it. I think that if he didn't, that ball would have probably got a good bounce for the Bears and rolled inside the 20. So it ended up working out for Ball State, but it certainly had its dangers.
13:37 left here in quarter number 3, just underway in the second half. So Monza out of the shotgun. He's got 2 wide receivers out to his right, hands it off to Sloan. Sloan bounces out left and outside the hash. He's wrapped up for a gain of a couple. Should be 2nd and 8. It looked like it was the outside linebacker for the Bears. And Dallas Winter Johnson, who has his first tackle of the afternoon. It's 2nd and 8 with 13:15 left in quarter number 3. Samanza from his own 32-yard line. He's out of the shotgun. A man in the backfield with him, that's Sloan. Magwood goes in motion. The handoff goes to Sloan, the middle. Tries to find some space, but he's wrapped up quickly near the 35-yard line. Another gain of about a couple. It was another tackle by Dallas Winter Johnson. So 3rd and 5 with now under 13 to play here in the 3rd.
Cardinals 6 for 10 on 3rd down thus far this game. This one a big one to try to get up in this second half.
Ball State was 4th on the map last year in 3rd down conversions. Just under 38% for Ball State. A couple of wide receivers out to the right for Samanza, who looks right and has his pass deflected on 3rd and 5. He got blew up in the backfield as well. It looked like Darian Smith, the left defensive end, charged in quickly. Applied pressure, got the QB hurry, and Samanza and company with this Ball State offense with a 3rd and out of its own. So back-to-back 3rd and outs to start here in the second half for either side.
And the first 3 and out we've seen from Ball State this whole football game.
Brian Cooey Jr., the graduate out of New Jersey, will punt it away from around his own 20. This one's up in the air for a while. Hunter Wood makes the catch around the 20. flag is out, it looks like. Wood still going. And he's finally dragged down just past the 20. Actually, excuse me, no flags on the play. Official just lost his hat, actually. That was the confusion there. It'll be 1st and 10 from his own 22 for Jacob Clark and his offense for Missouri State when we come back. Until then, we're still deadlocked at 7 apiece. Just underway in the second half. Ball State 7, Missouri State 7 here on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Whether you're getting ready for the big game or getting ready for the workday, you always want to start with confidence. Cintas has the essential products and services to help businesses provide a clean, safe environment for their employees and customers. With routine restocking of essential cleaning, hygiene, and safety supplies, on-site cleaning, professional uniform laundering, and testing and inspection of fire equipment and systems. Give everyone the confidence they need to start their day. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
The Hampton Inn of Muncie is the official partner of Ball State Athletics. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. The Hampton Inn is one of Muncie's finest hotels. Come enjoy our free breakfast, free Wi-Fi, and fresh Hampton beds waiting for you. Less than a mile away from Ball State campus. Don't forget to ask about our Ball State special. Search Hampton Inn of Muncie online at munciesweets.hamptoninn.com. At munciesweets.hamptoninn.com.
Tonight at Brothers and Tater Tots at Roots.
Never miss a Ball State game with SportsLink Digital.
Hey, this is Keontae Newsom, senior linebacker with Ball State football. Thanks for tuning in to SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. This is your home for all things Ball State sports.
And we'll see Keontae Newsom lead his defense back onto the field with 12-12 left in quarter number 3. It'll be 1st and 10 for Missouri State from its own 22-yard line here in a 7-7 ball game between Missouri State and Ball State. It's the home opener for the Cardinals. Again, the last time Ball State opened up its season at home was back in 2021 against Western Illinois. And funnily enough, Jordan, not only was that our freshman year, but who was the head coach for Western Illinois? The now offensive coordinator for the Ball State Cardinals, and Jared Elliott. So that's a funny coincidence in itself.
Teams that both kind of know each other. A lot of the coaches have coached with each other, coached around each other on both sides of the field. So trying to know each other's tendencies, and I guess that's kind of reflected in the low-scoring game. Everyone's got everyone's number early on.
So Clark out of the shotgun. He's got a couple of wide receivers to either side of him. A man in the backfield, and Jacardier right as well to his right. Couple of hard counts from Clark. And the snap finally off. Clark looking right, now left, instead fires it over the middle. That was a rocket intended for the slot receiver and Jamarie Robinson, and in and out of his hands. It'll be 2nd and 10. And I mean, from how close Robinson was to Clark, Jordan, that ball I don't think had a chance of staying in the hands of Robinson.
Definitely did not, and that's credit to the defensive rush. It was George Udo who plays that sniper nickel position, who sniped off the edge, and was able to hit Clark and force that throw to be a bit behind.
3 wide receivers out right. Play action. Ball is tipped around, and it falls to the turf for another incompletion, as Clark is now just 5 for 12, a QB rating down below 90. He had a receiver open up the middle, and Devontae Key did Clark, but a nice job by that Ball State secondary to knock it down.
It was Weigel playing that zone. If his hands weren't up, it was going to be a big gain by Key, but good job by the linebacker to stay in the correct position.
Still now 3rd and 10, still 10 to go. Clark looking downfield, pocket collapses quickly, and the pass is broken up. Intended for Devontae Key up the middle at around the 35-yard line. Guess who is there? It's the free safety in Jordan Coleman, and the preseason All-MAC 4th-team member with another pass breakup. Another quick 3-and-out for Missouri State. They just cannot get any offense going in the Bears.
That is a 4th 3-and-out for Missouri State. 0 for 5 now on 3rd down.
Punter Burkett's been busy. Magwood calling for a fair catch it around the 30-yard line. He loses the football. It bounces in and out of his lap around the 35-yard line. Magwood able to scramble over and cover up the pigskin, but boy, Ball State catches a break, and I tell you what, that's a lucky break too, because you got Magwood calling for the fair catch at the 30. The ball bounces out of his lap and actually gives him a couple of extra yards towards the 35.
Yeah, fortunate for the Cardinals in more ways than one, but that's back-to-back punt returns now for Ball State where there was some danger. The previous one, Magwood was getting driven back, and he was catching it as he was running backwards. That one, he muffed it. Luckily, was able to get back on it.
I think the wind's been playing a huge factor in this one. The wind is howling out towards the south. Samanza going for a deep shot downfield for Pickett. Flag is out around the 30-yard line, and that'll be a defensive pass interference surely. Some Bears want offensive pass interference, but I'm thinking that this might go against the Bears, although we did see an official point towards Pickett.
Looked to me like defensive pass interference, and that is the signal out there. It will be defensive pass interference.
So we wait for the call. It was 1st and 10 from the Cardinals' own 34.
Ball was a bit underthrown to Pickett by Samanza, and as Pickett was trying to come back to the ball, he was kind of held by the DB, was not able to get back to it, and so we'll see if they call a holding or a pass interference.
There are 2 fouls on the play, both by the defense. Holding. Defense, number 14. That goes to Klimes. Pass interference. Defense, number 14. 15-yard holding from the previous spot. Automatic first down.
I guess there's the answer. I asked the question that could involve holding or a pass interference. They ended up calling both. Yeah.
Both. So you could have just answered yes. Either way. Thomas Anderson gets charged with a couple of penalties, but it will be 1st and 10 from the Cardinals' own 49-yard line. Samanza in the pistol. Couple of wide receivers out to his right. Samanza hands it off for Pemberton, trying to bounce outside the numbers right. Gets tripped up and taken down just past the 50-yard line.
Has helmet off. We'll sit out for a play.
Thomas Anderson, who came in to make the tackle on the far side, and as you heard the official say, lost his helmet, so he'll sit out for a play. 2nd and 8. Pemberton picks up a couple. Just the second attempt on the ground for Vaughn, who entered the transfer portal this offseason only to return to Ball State. Wide receiver out to the right for Samanza. 2nd and 8, looking up the middle. Pass is caught by Pickett at the 45-yard line, but he's still short of the line to gain. It's a gain of about 5 yards on the pass for Samanza, who has been incredibly efficient. He's now 21 for 27. He's thrown for over 130 yards in this one. It's 3rd and 4 as the clock trickles underneath 11 minutes left here in quarter number 3. We are still knotted up at 7 apiece.
We've seen a lot of Cam Pickett with the injury to Ty Robinson, and so we'll see if he goes back to his receiver. Haven't seen Koziel in a while, that star tight end as well. Both players could come to play on a big 3rd down.
There's Koziel in motion from right to left, and now Magwood goes in motion from right to left. The ball is handed off up the middle for Sloan, but he's blown up and met at the line of scrimmage by Devon Townley Jr., the backup defensive end on the right side. Picks up his first tackle, not only of the ball game, but of the season as well. It's 4th and 3, and I think the Cardinals are going to go for it here as Samanza and company stays out on the field.
And a play call on that 3rd down, being a run on 3rd and 5. That's not typical, but that's kind of showing that the fact that they were going to go for it on this 4th down, and the offense is still out there.
The Cardinals were 10 for 18 last year. 4th in the Mid-American Conference in 4th down efficiency. 3 wide receivers motion out to the right. Samanza looking right. Pocket collapses, and he's going to be taken down in the backfield. Kanye Young on the blitz. The middle linebacker gets to Samanza, and another stuff by the Missouri State defense. Neither offense can get anything rolling here so far in the second half.
Ball State now 0 for 2 on 4th down in this game, and both plays have not been good for Ball State. They've been 4th and short, really around the same spot on the field. Ball State in enemy territory, deciding to try to gamble a little bit. I like the aggressiveness from Coach New and this Ball State offense. However, both times it has not paid off.
So Ball State turns it over on downs after Kanye Young blows up the backfield for Ball State. The second-year transfer and middle linebacker from Reedley College in California.
to 9 minutes, 37 seconds. Thank you.
They're going to put a ton of time back out on the clock, as it looked like the clock just continued to run after the play, which it wasn't supposed to. So 9:37, you heard the officials say, remaining here in quarter number 3. Ball State defense back out on the field. The Bears already in Cardinal territory. Clark out of the shotgun, 3 wide receivers out to his right. Play action, Clark down the right side, has his man in Robinson. Just beneath the 40-yard line. Ty Baldwin with his first tackle of the afternoon meets him there. That's a gain of about 6, so it will be 2nd and 4. Now under 9.5 to go in the third. Baldwin, one of just 2 returning starters from last year's defense. Ball State with a very new look D this year. 9 newcomers on the starting front. Pass goes over right side. This is Robinson again from Clark. And once again, he is taken down on that right side outside the numbers. This time, no gain, however. If anything, just a gain of about a yard. Now under 9 minutes to play here in quarter number 3. They'll actually say he lost a yard. So it's 3rd and 5. 3rd and 5 from the 40-yard line. 3rd down and 3, excuse me. A wide receiver on either side of Clark, who's out of the shotgun. He's got Jacardier right in the backfield. Clark looking right now, steps up through the pocket, tries to spin around a man. Did he get the first? The quarterback keeper keeps the chains moving. That's a first down. And for the first time in the second half, Missouri State able to convert on 3rd down.
About time for Missouri State. I mean, it's bare necessities. You have to pick up first downs on, get that first down on 3rd down conversions. And for now Missouri State, they finally did it.
Rushing for is Ball State's defense. Devontae Key has it right side outside the numbers. He scampers past the 30-yard line. Looks like a gain of about 7. And it is, so 2nd and 3 here. Quickly back to work is Jacob Clark. He tries to throw a screen out to the right side once again for Key, but Key can't hang on. He was pressured quickly by Keontae Newsome. And now 3rd and 3, another 3rd down situation here for Missouri State, working its offense quickly. Missouri State just 1 for 7 today on 3rd downs. 7:45 left here in quarter number 3. A wide receiver out to the right, 2 out to the left. Play clock continues to wind down. Clark looks over left to his sideline, now back towards the play. He's got a man in the backfield to his right with him. Clark looks right, throws low, and it's hauled in by Robinson. And that is another Missouri State first down. Inching towards the red zone are these Bears, and now you're starting to see, Jordan, this Missouri State offense just starting to pick up short gains, but efficient gains that are allowing them to move the chains.
Yeah, it's been more in the pass game as well. It's been quick passes, a lot of those on quick hitches, getting the ball out to the receivers fast. Ball State not able to respond. Maybe it's going to move to a press.
Out of the pistol is Clark. Just outside the red zone at the Cardinal 24. 1st and 10 with 7:10 remaining here in quarter number 3. A 7-7 ball game. Clark hands it off out of the shotgun for Bex, who is blown up in the backfield. The job was finished by D.D. Snyder, the free safety. After it looked like it was Riley Tolsma who met Bex in the backfield first, the defensive end out of Hamilton, Michigan. A loss of 6 yards on the play. So now it's 2nd and 16. Check that 2nd and 15 here with now 6.5 left in the third. 2 wide receivers to the right, 3 to the left for Clark out of the shotgun. Takes the snap, looks right. A lot of time in the pocket, fires down on the far side of the field. He's got Robinson wide open, but he steps out of bounds at around the 5-yard line.
First down.
Nobody on Robinson, excuse me, that was near side. Breaks right through the coverage, and all of a sudden, Missouri State cooking.
Ball State's been running a zone defense, and at that time, they were in that zone, but two guys went toward the deeper receiver. They both went towards the inside receiver, and so that miscommunication left the other guy wide open on the near side, right near the sideline. Nobody was near him.
First and goal here from the Cardinal 5. Clark hands it off. Bex powers his way up the middle. Did he get in? Yes, he did. Missouri State finds pay dirt once again. It's the first offensive touchdown of the afternoon for the Bears. And Missouri State has the lead once again. 13-7. That was actually Jacardier Wright on the handoff.
Really on the field.
And they might take a look at this one.
The previous play is under review.
They will check it out just to make sure he got in, but even if he didn't get in, Jordan, he's inching right around that half-yard line, if anything. So this is a lose-lose situation if you're Ball State.
Yeah, the way that defensive front has played for Ball State, they certainly can stop the run if it is going to be marked short of the end zone and would not be a touchdown. So for Ball State, it would be a huge opportunity for the defense, who has had a lot of tackles for loss this afternoon, to try to hold Missouri State to a field goal. From our vantage point up here, it looked like Bex may have been in, but that's one of those situations where he was reaching for the end zone and was his knee down before that ball crossed the plane of the end zone.
So they'll take a look at it up in the booth. And while we have the time, we'll send it down to the third member of our crew, and Sam Neiger, who has more on Jacardier Wright. Hi, Sam.
Hey, Dom. Yeah, Jacardier Wright is at Wilkes Pause to hear this ruling here. Well, there you go. We get the official ruling, guys. But Jacardier Wright, this is a guy who entered the transfer portal this offseason, had a couple of conversations with some Power 5, or I guess Power 4, I should say, options at the FBS level, but he decided to come back to MSU, trimmed a little bit of fat. He's put on some muscle this offseason. He says specifically he wants to work on pass catching out of the backfield and working on broken plays. Wasn't a broken play there, executed to perfection, and obviously Missouri State very happy to have a guy like Jacardier right there.
Yeah, that's a great point, Sam, as the extra point from Yusuf Obeid is true. He's 2 for 2 on PATs, but yeah, a lot of guys for this Missouri State offense entered the portal for a little bit, then decided to come back. Jacardier Wright, no exception. He's a transfer from Kansas State himself, spent 3 years there. He's got his second touchdown of the season to make it 14-7 in favor of Missouri State. The visitors from a couple of states over doing some work on these Cardinals, up by a score with 5:50 to play here in quarter number 3. 14-7 in favor of MSU over BSU as we take another break here on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least one Mammoth from Mancino's.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
Standards. High standards. That's what sets teams apart. It's also what sets us apart at Pridemark Construction. We're not alone in holding our standards high. Ball State University is among those who do. That's why we're proud to sponsor the Ball State Athlete of the Week. High standards in everyday performance is everything in sport, as well as business. Join us in our pursuit of excellence. Join Pridemark Construction for your next building project and in our support of Ball State University's Athlete of the Week.
Ranked number 2 in the nation for sports media by the Broadcast Education Association.
This is Ball State Sports Link.
Hey, this is Cadis Samanza, redshirt freshman quarterback for Ball State football. You're listening to SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
So Missouri State able to get on the board thanks to a rushing touchdown from Jacardier Wright. His second of the season, and Missouri State once again back on top by a score, 14-7 with 5:50 left here in quarter number 3 here on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. Thanks for joining us here on this now cloudy and very windy afternoon here for football from Schumann Stadium in Muncie, Indiana. I'm Dominick Liacone, joined by my analyst Jordan Klimes. We've got Brayden Carroll up here in the booth doing a phenomenal job producing and hosting, and of course Sam Neiger, our friend down on the sideline. The wind is so bad, this ball's being set up on the tee by place kicker Yusuf Obi just continues to fall off the stand, and we've seen it a couple of times now, even for the Cardinals and Jackson Corville, but wind gusts up to 26 miles an hour, and that's going to play a factor, especially in the kicking game. Right now, with Missouri State having its back to the wind, that's going to play an advantage here in the third quarter, but in the fourth, look out, because Ball State might have the advantage with a potential field goal attempt. This one is pounded through the back of the end zone, and that is a touchback. So Ball State will take over from its own 25-yard line.
The Cardinals coming off of their first 3 and out of the afternoon, so a little bit slow on the first drive of their second half. I think still got to try to stick with the run. There were 2 runs early on that last drive that were for short gains, and we're not able to pick up that third and then fourth down conversion for Ball State.
Here's Kyle Kelly into the game at quarterback once again. A couple of men in the backfield with him, but he's out of the shotgun. 2 wide receivers to his left, 1st and 10. Kelly on the option, hands it off outside. This is Horton on the run, past the 30, now to the 35. Scampers out of bounds on the near sideline. And that's a Cardinal first down on the first play of the drive. So let's see if Kyle Kelly stays into the ball game. And he will not, as Samanza will scamper back onto the field for Ball State to take over at QB.
And if you're just joining us, Kyle Kelly was the quarterback for these Cardinals last year, now moved to defensive back, but still comes in offensive formations. Last time he kept the ball and ran it. This time he handed it off.
2 wide receivers out to the right on 1st and 10. Samanza under center, hands it off to Pemberton, awaiting in the backfield. He gains about a yard as he tries to scurry out to the left and gets up to around the 37-yard line. It'll be second and about 8. 5 minutes to play here in the third. Missouri State leads Ball State 14-7. Ball State's offense needing to come up here. This is a statement drive, almost a must-score drive, if you will, Jordan, because if you're Ball State, you can't waste any more time. 2nd and 10, Simons out of the shotgun, hands it off. There's Pemberton once again trying to find some kind of insurance up the middle, but the hole is blown up. A gain of about 4 to 5, and now the clock continues to move to under 4.5. It's 3rd and 5 from the Cardinals' own 42.
I respect Ball State's integrity to try to stay with the run. It has not been working out early on in the second half. Of course, you've got to try to stick with it. This an obvious passing situation, though, for Caden Samanza.
Such a new look offense for the Cardinals, who have relied heavily on the run game in the previous 3 years. Now Samanza, in his first true season as QB1, tasked with doing a ton of the passing. He looks up the middle. This one is in and out of the hands of Pickett yet again. And down the sideline goes the DB Robinson. He's going to score. That was Lamondre Joe, excuse me. There is a flag on the field near the 40-yard line. If this counts, that's another pick six thrown by Caden Samanza and another one in and out of the hands of his receiver, Cam Pickett. And the Cardinals catch a huge break as there's a holding call on the defense. So instead, it'll be a Cardinal first down. But boy, oh boy, Jordan, that could have got really ugly.
Yes, it could have, Dom. And I think the penalty might have been on the guy who had the previous pick six in P.J. Hall. He was talking with the referee after that touchdown, or what we thought was a touchdown. Huge break for Ball State. Have a chance now, and again, you said this is a statement drive. They got away with one. Now you got to try to continue to establish the run. Don't be afraid to pass and try to punch it in.
Under center is Samanza. 3-men in motion out of the backfield. 1st and 10 at the Bears 48. This is handed off up the middle for Brayden Sloan, who picks up about 3 before being driven down at the 45. It'll be 2nd and 7 here as the clock now ticks under 4 minutes here in quarter number 3. Bears still lead the Cardinals 14-7.
Haven't seen a lot of Tanner Kozel recently. He just tried to back out onto the field. Saw a lot of him early on in the first quarter, a little bit in the second. Has had somewhat of a slow afternoon and has been non-existent so far in the third quarter.
Only one wide receiver out to the right side. Samanza out of the gun, hands it off for Sloan. Trying to find a crease on the left side. Bounces off a man, breaks through a tackle at the 45 before scampering up to just short of the 40. Player loses his helmet as Todrick McGee loses, or rather makes the stop. Avery Powell was the defender that loses his helmet, so he'll have to sit out for a play. It's 3rd and 3 now from the Bears' 41-yard line. That was a gain of about 4 yards there for Sloan. Sloan on 16 carries has 46 yards, averaging just under 3 per carry. Samanza out of the shotgun, sends Nick Munson in motion from the backfield. Samanza looking right. Deep ball down the field. It is in and out of the hands of the intended receiver. Pass is incomplete. Looked like it was going for Isaiah Thacker, the redshirt freshman out of New Palestine, and that's 4th down. And the Cardinals once again will have to go for it on 4th and short. Already 0 for 2 today on 4th down conversions. So Samanza once again out of the gun. He's got Sloan in the backfield to his right. 3 wide receivers out to the right, 1 to the left. Magwood goes in motion towards the Bears side. The 10-5, touchdown Ball State. Malcolm Gilly finds pay dirt, and the Cardinals respond with 6 of their own.
Ball State was 0 for 2 on 4th down, decided to stick with it. An obvious territory to go for it on 4th. We're at the MSU 41-yard line. Was able to get a quick pass out and a huge play by Magwood to break a tackle on that slant route. Was able to burst forward, get those run after the catch yards, score a touchdown as a player down defensively for Missouri State. That's Dylan Simmons.
So we've seen both of the nickelbacks go down in this one now for Missouri State. It was the backup nickelback in Dylan Dixon went down earlier in the first half, and now Dylan Simmons is thankfully walking under his own power back to the Missouri State sideline. So Jackson Corville will have to come on for the extra point. Corville already 1 for 1 today on PATs. Snap is good, hold is true, the kick is up and through. We're starting over at 14 apiece here with 2:31 left in quarter number 3.
It's a great response by Ball State because it was a big drive by the Bears to go down and score their first offensive touchdown. They finally looked like they were able to be efficient through the air with some quick passes. What did Ball State do? They did almost the exact same type of thing as the Bears did. They came out, tried to establish the run, didn't work out too well, had a couple of short passes, and then a big play by Magwood to break that tackle and go on and score the touchdown. On a play that was contested, he was able to hold on to the ball and not just that, break through and get in there for 6.
It's a 3.5 minute drive for the Cardinals that's capped off with Caden Samanza's 41-yard passing touchdown to Malcolm Gilly, who has his first of the year. We're starting over here at 14 all with just over 2.5 to play here in the third. We'll take a timeout. When we come back, we'll get you more action. It's Ball State and Missouri State. 14-14 here late in this one here on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Whether you're getting ready for the big game or getting ready for the workday, you always want to start with confidence. Cintas has the essential products and services to help businesses provide a clean, safe environment for their employees and customers. With routine restocking of essential cleaning, hygiene, and safety supplies, on-site cleaning, professional uniform laundering, and testing and inspection of fire equipment and systems. Give everyone the confidence they need to start their day. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
The Hampton Inn of Muncie is the official partner of Ball State Athletics. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. The Hampton Inn is one of Muncie's finest hotels. Come enjoy our free breakfast, free Wi-Fi, and fresh Hampton beds waiting for you. Less than a mile away from Ball State campus. Don't forget to ask about our Ball State special. Search Hampton Inn of Muncie online at munciesweets.hamptonin.com. At munciesweets.hamptonin.com.
The best stories in Ball State sports, plus live broadcasts right in your timeline.
Follow us at BSU SportsLink.
Hey, this is Katie Samanza, redshirt freshman quarterback for Ball State football. You're listening to SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Ball State able to score thanks to a 41-yard receiving touchdown from Malcolm Gilly. 14-all between Missouri State and Ball State in the season opener for the Cardinals. And a lot of new faces we've mentioned for the Cardinals on both the offensive and defensive sides of the ball. But for more on a new strength and conditioning coach for Ball State, we send it down to the third member of our crew, Sam Neiger.
That's right, Dom. An incredible show of strength by Gilly on that last touchdown. And that can be attributed to this new strength and conditioning staff. Yes, any player on this Ball State team, they got nothing but glowing things to say about Dan Wanger. He got the bump from assistant strength and conditioning coach last year. He's now the director of strength and conditioning for this football team. And he has this squad looking strong here late in the third quarter. We'll see if they can keep up the conditioning as we get into crunch time.
So a new OC, a new DC, and a new strength and conditioning coach for these Cardinals this year, Jordan. Just so many new faces as Jackson Corville gets ready to boot this one off. Short kick that's going to reach around the 20-yard line, taken in by Devontae Key, and he is gobbled up by the defense of Ball State. The ball came out, and the Cardinals are saying they have it. It was George Udo there, the usual sniper on the defensive side of the ball. And are they going to say Cardinal football? Yes, they will, it looks like. So Ball State's offense going to come right back out onto the field after Devontae Key could not hang onto the football. He was blown up by Udo at around the 25-yard line. And Ball State now all of a sudden is not only inching towards the red zone here, but inching towards another potential touchdown at the Bears' 27-yard line.
It's a great play by Udo on special teams. A guy who's in a position where his name is a sniper, and he just sniped in there with his helmet, able to get in there, knock that ball free, and looked like Munson was able to jump on it for Ball State.
Udo, the first-year transfer from Cincinnati, who played 3 games last year. Mike News said that Udo's the perfect guy for this position because he's a complete player to defend both the pass and run games. But how about the special teams game as well? Samanza with pressure here on 1st and 10 finds his tight end Koziel, trying to break around a couple of tackles, but eventually knocked to the ground by the defense and the cornerback of Kaleno Levine, the cornerback out of Fort Worth, Texas for Missouri State. It's a gain of about a yard. So 2nd and 9 as the clock moves to 2 minutes remaining here in quarter number 3. Ball State 14, Missouri State 14. 2 wide receivers out to the right for the Cardinals, one to the left. Now in motion is Magwood, that receiver. The handoff goes to Sloan, who tries to bounce towards the left side of the field, towards the numbers. He'll pick up a couple of yards before being dragged down just around the 22-yard line. So 3rd and about 5 with a minute and a half remaining here in the 3rd. We're knotted up at 14-all. Samanza and his offense going to work, inching towards the red zone. 2 wide receivers out to the right, 1 to the left. Magwood, that guy goes in motion. Sloan is the man to the left of Samanza out of the shotgun. Samanza looking right, has time, steps up in the pocket, he'll take it himself past the 20 to the 15. The ball comes free, but can't pick it. Thankfully, the wide receiver right behind him to gobble it up. And that's a young quarterback who maybe just forgot to secure the football there as Kyle Kelly is going to come in for Caden Samanza. A great heads-up play by Samanza to see that pocket was collapsing, but you got to hang on to the football.
Yeah, he was trying to put that shoulder down and try to get the extra yards for the first down. You like that aggressiveness, first of all, from a quarterback. You don't want to get him hurt. And second of all, you can't lose the football. Luckily, Pickett was there to grab it.
1st and 10 from the 13. Kyle Kelly takes it himself on the option, trying to find some space on the left side, but it's a stalemate, and he wasn't even brought down, just stopped by the Missouri State defense for a gain of about 2. As the clock continues to trickle down, and that will do it for quarter number 3. You see the Ball State sideline and the Ball State faithful holding up the number 4. We go to the 4th. Ball State and Missouri State tied at 14 apiece, but the Cardinals inside the red zone with 2nd and 8 from the Missouri State 11, trying to take its first lead of the afternoon. We'll be back with the 4th after this on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least one Mammoth from Mancino's.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
Standards. High standards. That's what sets teams apart. It's also what sets us apart at Pregame Construction. We're not alone in holding our standards high. Ball State University is among those who do. That's why we're proud to sponsor the Ball State Athlete of the Week. High standards in everyday performance is everything in sport, as well as business. Join us in our pursuit of excellence. Join Pregame Construction for your next building project, and in our support of Ball State University's Athlete of the Week.
From the bell tower to your smartphone, anywhere in the world.
Never miss Ball State Sports with SportsLink Digital.
Hey, this is Caden Samanza, redshirt freshman quarterback for Ball State football. You're listening to SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Back here for the 4th as we will see the Ball State offense try to convert once again. I mean, Jordan, this game easily could have gone from 21-7. Now it's 14-14, and it's got a chance to go to 21-14. This looked like a Missouri State stronghold after what looked to be like an interception, but the Cardinals catch a break on a holding call on the defensive side of the ball for Missouri State, and here we are with the Cardinals threatening at the Bears' 11-yard line.
It was a crazy third quarter in terms of turnovers and turnover opportunities, too, because, of course, there was that pick 6 called back, and then there was a fumble from Missouri State, and then Ball State put the ball on the ground twice with fumbles. Both times the Cardinals were able to jump back on top of it. So good job by Ball State to get back on the ball. You never want to get the ball on the ground, though, and so for the Cardinals, a lot of opportunities that went their way in terms of turnovers. So now in a situation like this, you have to capitalize.
Caden Samanza leading this offense back onto the field. Again, he started 3 of the first 4 BSU games he played as a true freshman. Threw for 3 touchdowns. Had to preserve his red shirt after week 7. But last year was the first Cardinal true freshman quarterback to take snaps since John Paddock in 2018. The 3-star recruit out of Mission Viejo High School is on the doorstep to giving the Cardinals their first lead of this ball game and the season opener here from Schumann Stadium. 3 wide receivers out to the right. Saman's out of the shotgun, and he pitches it off to Sloan, who finds real estate up the middle and scores. Touchdown Cardinals. On the first play of the 4th quarter, Ball State has its first lead of the day.
And it's the same play the Cardinals ran earlier with Sloan. This time ran a little bit better. It's that shovel pass on the inside from Samanza to Sloan. This time a lot more green grass in front of him. The blocks were there. Nobody in the face of Samanza. Works out to perfection. And for the first time this afternoon, the Cardinals are on front.
That's the first touchdown as a Cardinal for Brayden Sloan. The transfer from Eastern Kentucky, who was phenomenal last year. As the kick on the PAT from Corville is good, just sneaks it inside that right post. And the one thing you were mentioning too, Jordan, the wind now at the back of Corville and these Cardinal kickers, so you can take some deeper shots on field goal attempts, which is huge, especially with how close this game has turned out to be. But the Cardinals now have their first lead of the day on the first play of the fourth quarter. This place has finally found some life to it as well.
That's a huge drive for Ball State, too. Not the fact that they had to move that far down the field or anything like that, but the fact that their special teams forced a turnover, huge play to get that ball out, gave the ball to the offense in plus territory. We're able to go down and not just kick a field goal. We're able to pick up a big third down conversion. Although there was the fumble, they still got that third down conversion. We're able to finish off that drive. First play of the fourth quarter being a touchdown. That is one phase of the ball being special teams, helping out the other phase of the ball being the offense. So right now for Ball State have played great defense. The offense has looked efficient, and the special teams, there was a missed field goal attempt. Besides that, a huge play to force a fumble, give Ball State a touchdown, and give these Cardinals the lead.
Cardinals going to kick this ball from left to right for Missouri State. Again, it's Bex and Key back for the Bears. 21-7 our score now. Just underway here in quarter number 4. The Cardinals have their first lead of the afternoon. Corville will kick it off from his own 35-yard line. Sophomore from Dayton gets us back underway. Bex will watch it sail into the back of the end zone. It bounces through for a touchback, and that is where Jacob Clark and this Missouri State offense will take over once again.
We've got to see a couple of times how Ball State's offense has responded to what Missouri State was able to do. Now we get to see what Missouri State's offense, how they respond to what Ball State was able to do.
So 1st and 10 for Clark. He's at his own 25-yard line. 2 wide receivers out left, 1 to the right. Now a man in motion goes out to the left. Clark hands it off. Bouncing outside is Jacardier Wright, who's able to get outside the numbers towards the 30-yard line for a gain of about 6. And for more on an injury update from earlier in the ball game from Ty Robinson on the Ball State offensive side of the ball, we send it down to Sam Neiger down on the field.
That's right, Tom. We weren't sure whether or not we'd see Ty Robinson back in this game after he stepped away after taking a big shot on the first play of the game. He has now gone back to the locker room and returned with street clothes on. He's got a sling on, so probably not going to see him the rest of the day. We'll find out more after this game in the post-game presser.
Thank you so much, Sam. Yes, just so unfortunate, especially for Ty Robinson, who only saw about a game and a half of action last year, and to go down on the first play of the game this year. Just unfortunate for a guy who we got to talk to during media day. So humble, such a good kid, and passionate about the game of football and this opportunity here in Muncie after transferring in from Colorado. Missouri State picks up the first down, so it's 1st and 10 from their own 38-yard line with just under 14 to go here in this ball game. Clark with 3 wide receivers out left. Clark fires it over the middle. It's deflected and picked off, and then the ball comes free out of the hands of Joey Stemler. Do the Cardinals still have the football? What's the signal on the field? The officials are meeting towards the Bears sideline right now. Still no call. That ball was in and out of the hands of the receiver in Jamarie Robinson. And they will say Cardinal football. Another turnover on 2 straight drives here from the Bears. It's Joey Stemler able to keep control of the ball.
The ruling on the field is an interception by the defense being recovered out of bounds. Therefore, it's a first down, Ball State. The previous play is under review.
So they will take a look at this.
And there's a couple of things to look at, too, because first and foremost, you're trying to make sure it was an interception by Stemler. I think it was. He had that ball for long enough. It's weird talking about linebackers for this, but you have to talk about the fact that you have to secure the ball, get 2 feet in bounds, which clearly did happen, and then kind of make a football move. In that case, it looked like he was in the process of running, trying to go forward. So I think the first part of it is going to stand that the interception truly did happen, and so the second part is going to be did that ball get fumbled out of bounds before it was recovered, because it was switched to Ball State possession. So if it did go out of bounds, it would be Ball State ball. It would have to be confirmed that a Missouri State player jumped on it before that ball went out of bounds. So a lot to look at for the Cardinals, though. I think it's going to be their ball. It'll be back-to-back turnovers, one by the special teams, and then now this time by the defense on a poor throw from Clark.
So that's Clark's first interception, just 10 for 20 today for 110 yards. Is the senior quarterback out of Texas for these Bears of Missouri State. If the Cardinals have this football, like you mentioned, Jordan, it would be placed at about the 42-yard line, with just over 13 and a half to play in quarter number 4. Ball State leads 21-14 over Missouri State. The officials still taking a look at this one, but I agree with you, Jordan. As we look back at it, I think Stemler had enough control of the football and then just lost it out of bounds. And the Cardinals catch yet another break, because that ball is fumbled inbounds. There is a plethora of Bears there to swarm that football.
The ruling on the field of an interception and forward fumble out of bounds stands. It will be Ball State's ball, first down at the 41-yard line.
So the ruling on the field stands. Another turnover for this Ball State defense.
And all of a sudden, it feels like Ball State has a chance to get the lead that a lot of fans coming into this game might have expected Ball State to have. It started off slow. The Cardinals up by 7. Now in Missouri State territory, trying to make it by 2 scores.
First and 10 from the Bear 41. Samanza taking a shot down the field, far side for Pickett, and he just overthrows him towards the 5-yard line out of bounds. So second and 10, but, you know, mentioning those turnovers, Jordan, last year for the Cardinals, this defense tied for last in the MAC in interceptions with just 5. You get an interception there from Joey Stemler. That's a good start here on the right track for this defense that's trying to rejuvenate itself.
Yeah, and they certainly have rejuvenated themselves in terms of how young they actually are, but also going to try to rejuvenate themselves in the fact that they're going to have some sparks, and we just got to see one.
Second and 10 from the Bear 41. Saman's out of the shotgun, hands it off for Sloan. There goes Sloan up the middle, finding a seam and then being dragged down by the strong safety in P.J. Hall Jr., who met him at the 35-yard line. A gain of about 7, so it's 3rd and 3.
It'll be a long field goal from here for Ball State, probably over 50 yards. Wind at the Cardinals' back, but this is a situation where they've gone for already 3 4th downs, so they're probably going to run it.
Clock ticks now under 13 minutes to play here in the 4th. Ball State up by 7, 21-14, our score here from Schumann Stadium. Samanza brings a man in motion from the backfield. From left to right, that's Magwood. Samanza looking over the middle. He's got Pickett, who has some space. Towards the 30, breaks a tackle, loses a part of his jersey. He's still going to the 5, and he is pushed out of bounds just in front of the pylon. Down the sideline went Pickett. He's able to pick up a huge gain, and the Cardinals are knocking on the doorstep of pay dirt.
Love what we've seen from the receivers today for Ball State. It's been a lot of short passes, but it's been a lot of those yak yards, those yards after the catch. Pickett's a fast guy. We talked about his speed earlier. Coach New mentioned his speed in an interview earlier this week, and we just got to see it. A short throw, was able to take off and get inside the 5. Huge opportunity for the Cardinals to try to go up by 2 scores.
So it's 1st and goal.
They're really on the field as the runners stopped at the 1-yard line.
From the 1-yard line, you just heard it from our referee, Billy Williams. I mean, you look at the replay, Jordan.
After review, the runners stepped out of bounds at the 13-yard line. First down.
So they'll bring it back to the 13. But as I was saying, Jordan, you look at that play again. I mentioned just a whole piece of Pickett's jersey just came off. The defender trying to hang on, and these new black uniforms that the Cards are rocking. You might want to stitch that one up.
I think so. It almost looked like a slinky out there.
I've never seen a piece of fabric that flexible. I won't lie to you.
And they got great material.
So 1st and 10 from the Bear 13. Simonza out of the gun. He's got a man to his left and Horton in the backfield. 2 wide receivers out to the right. This one is handed off for Horton, trying to bounce outside the numbers, and he had to just slide down. Oh boy, this is not good because he is down on the field. And it looked like he might have blew something out on his lower body. Oh boy. The training staff immediately out for him.
There was no contact on that run. He was just trying to get to the outside. Kind of, I don't know if he hit the turf wrong, kind of twisted something up. Of course, don't want to speculate, but he had to slide down at the end of it, as you said, Dom. Not a good look for Ball State, as there's an injury timeout.
All right, so we'll take a break here, but the Cardinals still threatening in the red zone. Although bottom 5 in the MAC last year in red zone efficiency, they've got a chance to start off on the right foot this year as we send it to a quick break. Ball State 21, Missouri State 14. This is Ball State football on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, pay-per-go toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
From trivia night at Brothers and tater tots at Roots.
Never miss a Ball State game with SportsLink Digital.
Hey, this is Keontae Newsom, senior linebacker with Ball State football. Thanks for tuning in to SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. This is your home for all things Ball State sports.
So they placed the ball originally at the 13-yard line, and then an injury to a Ball State running back, TJ Horton, pauses this ball game for now. It's 2nd and 14 from Missouri State's 17-yard line with 12:06 left here in quarter number 4 today. Dominick Liacone, Jordan Klimes, Sam Neiger, and Brayden Carroll, happy to be with you here on what has turned out to be a beautiful fall day for football here from Muncie, Indiana. It's the home opener and season opener for Ball State. A win today would mean that the Cardinals will have won for the 14th time in the past 15 tries in home openers, as well as have defeated an MVFC team in the last 4 straight years, as Simonza looks right on the throw on 2nd and 14, and the pass is deflected down to the turf, intended for Keon Magwood. Like Braden Sloan was out there as well. So now 3rd and 14 with 11:55 left in the 4th.
This is a situation here where your defense got a big turnover, so you want to try to punch it into the end zone for them, but at the same time, you're 14 yards out from the end zone. You have points in front of you right now with a field goal opportunity. Don't try to force something. If it's not there, don't take it.
A wide receiver out to the right for Samanza, Kumple to the left. Samanza looking right, has space on the right, runs towards the 20, slings one over. Touchdown, Cardinals. That's Keon Magwood. And that was a Mahomes-like throw from Caden Samanza, who found some space, slung it on the sidearm, found his receiver in the slot in Magwood, who picks up his first touchdown of the season. And the Cardinals have now made this a 2-score game.
Some really good innovation by Caden Samanza in that play. He was forced out to his right. I thought he was going to go for the end zone at Tanner Koziel. He had him back there. Instead, kind of slung it across his body, you said, Dom, sidearm towards Magwood, and he did the rest. Great play by Samanza to vision down the field, vision on his peripheral, and make a picture-perfect pass.
Corville's extra point is good, so the Cardinals go up by double. 28-14 now our score. And Ball State's offense has been explosive here in the second half. It's taken a little bit to adjust, but the Cardinals starting to get it rolling here, up by double over the Bears, 28-14, with just under 12 minutes to play here in quarter number 4. We'll take yet again another media timeout. When we come back, more football action here from the shoe. This is Ball State football on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
For the best stories, access, and coverage of Ball State sports, follow SportsLink on social media platforms Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat. Search @BSU SportsLink.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Your home for live Ball State sports, streaming right in your timeline.
This is SportsLink Digital.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, Pay-Per-Go toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
SportsLink is the official production partner of Ball State Athletics.
All the chirp you can handle.
Whether you're getting ready for the big game or getting ready for the workday, you always want to start with confidence. Cintas has the essential products and services to help businesses provide a clean, safe environment for their employees and customers. With routine restocking of essential cleaning, hygiene, and safety supplies, on-site cleaning, professional uniform laundering, and testing and inspection of fire equipment and systems. Give everyone the confidence they need to start their day. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
The best stories in Ball State sports, plus live broadcasts right in your timeline.
Follow us at BSU SportsLink.
Hey, this is Ty Robinson, redshirt junior wide receiver for Ball State football. You're listening to SportsLink Digital, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
So the Cardinals double their lead, 28-14 here with 11:49 left in quarter number 4. Missouri State visiting Muncie for its second football game of the slate. Ball State, the only FBS team without a Week 1 contest, and opening their season against the Bears here. Corville will kick it away from his own 35-yard line. This one will be taken in by Bex at around the 5-yard line with some space up the middle. Oh, he's blown up at the 15-yard line. Wow. What a play there by the Ball State special teams, and Justin Thomas, the junior out of Flossmoor, Illinois, and transfer from UIndy, just absolutely pummeled Bex at around the 15-yard line. That was the first man to meet him there for Bex. And what a job by Thomas.
And they just crunched him.
So 1st and 10 from its own 17-yard line. Clark in this Missouri State offense handed off to Jacardier right up the middle. Had a seam for a bit before he's hauled down for a gain of about 7. It'll be 2nd and 3. Check that 2nd and 4.
Missouri State kind of into the hurry up now.
Don't really have a lot of time to work with, down by 2 scores here to these Cardinals. A couple of wide receivers out to the left, one to the right for Clark, who's in the shotgun. 2nd and 4, finds a man on the left outside the numbers at the 30. And that pass is completed for a first down to James Blackstrain. The transfer from Georgia Tech, who spent 3 seasons there, has another catch. Now 1st and 10 from their own 32 are the Bears. Clark out of the shotgun, hands it off to right, bouncing off of a couple man, trying to find some space on the right side before he's brought down just left of that right hash. Not much of a gain at around a yard, so it'll be 2nd and 9 as the clock ticks down to 10:30 left here in quarter number 4. Ball State still up by 14.
And this drive feels like for Missouri State, you have to go down and score points, and you almost feel like it has to be a touchdown as well. Picked up an early first down, something they struggled to do early on in this game. Got to keep it rolling.
This Missouri State offense, a Missouri State offense that has scored a ton, came into this one scoring in 14 of the last 16 quarters. This is a low throw to the left side, caught by Blackstrain. Catches it at around the 35, will work his way up to about the 40 before he is taken out of bounds. So Jacob Clark and company trying to work quickly. Clock continues to move with a couple of wide receivers out either way for him. The ball's at his own 43-yard line. 1st and 10 with now under 10 to play in the 4th. Cardinals still up by 14. Out of the pistol now is Clark. He's got a man in the backfield and right. Sends his tight end in motion in Lance Mason. Play action, faking the handoff. Up the middle and wide open is his tight end in Lance Mason. He's at the 10, the 5, and he's in to score. Missouri State responds quickly, and that's exactly what the Bears needed to stay in this ball game. For over 50 yards, Jacob Clark has a passing touchdown.
That was a great play offensively. We're able to get Keontae Newsome to step up. Here was a little play action, and so that got Newsome, the linebacker, to take one step forward. That allowed for Mason, the tight end, to go over the top of Keontae Newsome. Linebacker Newsome tried to catch up with it, but by that point, it was too late. He was already drawn too far forward from that play action, that fake handoff. And so really well done by the Bears.
Yusuf Obeid will chip in the PAT, so it's yet again a one-score game, and now Ball State trying to feel a little bit more comfortable. Will go for the end zone once again on this next drive. But Missouri State quickly responds.
As you said, Dom, that's exactly what the Bears needed. They needed quick points. They needed something to go down, keep time on the clock, and, well, now it's just a one-score game again. 28-21, just 7 points margin in between. And just like that, Ball State's offense, who went down and scored on back-to-back drives, now could have come back out onto the field probably for the first time in their own territory. The last 2 drives, they started in their territory. So going to have to take a longer drive down the field to try to make this a 2-score game once more.
5 plays for 83 yards for the Bears. And again, we mentioned that great play on special teams to start on the kickoff. But Missouri State finds a way to answer. So 9:35 left here in this ball game. 28-21 Cardinals. Obeid will kick it off here for the Bears. Gilly and Pickett await. This is a line drive kick towards the corner of the 10-yard line near side. Gilly has it past the 25, now at the 40, makes the man miss at the 50, and then he's dragged down at the 45. A big kickoff return there for Malcolm Gilly of around 35 yards. And for more on this Ball State offensive line, we send it down to the third member of our crew, Sam Neiger.
That's right, Tom. This offensive line is going to play a big factor here in these last couple of minutes of this ball game. One guy specifically that they're going to be relying on, Ethan Crow, fifth-year senior for the Cardinals, starting at center. Now, he missed 5 of the 12 games last year, injuring both knees. He actually medically retired during this offseason before he had some conversations with the coaching staff, his fellow teammates. He got back out on the field, decided he wanted to give it one more go, and he's going to have an interesting 9.5 minutes ahead of him here in game 1.
This is an offensive line that brings back 117 combined starts. Thank you, Sam. Samanza going deep towards the end zone for Pickett, but he misses left. Boy, if Samanza drops that right onto the shoulder of Pickett, that is a for sure touchdown on just one play, but instead the Cardinals will have 2nd and 10 from the Bears' 47-yard line.
That's the second shot they've taken with Pickett this afternoon. Both of them have not been there, but I like the opportunity to do it because Pickett, one of the fastest wide receivers that Ball State has, so trying to send them deep, not a bad idea.
In the pistol is Samanza, 2 wide receivers out left. The handoff goes to Pemberton right side, trying to find a crease through the offensive line. And he's past the 45-yard line, just short of the 40. Looks like a gain of about 5. They'll say a gain of 6, so 3rd and 4 now with 9 to go here in the ball game. Cardinals up by just a score, 28-21 over Missouri State in the season opener and home opener of this one.
And this is a spot on the field where Ball State has gone for it on 4th down a couple of times. Still 3rd down here, so can pick it up. But if they don't, the question is, are they going to go for it in a time this late in the game?
Samanza with 2 wide receivers either way. Now one in motion. That's Pemberton, the running back. And before the snap can get up,
Timeout.
and timeout is going to be taken by Ryan Beard. So Missouri State will take its first time out of the quarter.
Yeah, there's a lot of confusion going on in the secondary. Looked like players were not exactly sure where they were supposed to be lining up. They had people waving people to go to different spots, and it looked like there was really nobody close to any of the wide receivers on the far side of the field. So for Ball State, it would have been a quick throw, probably run after the catch, get an easy first down. Instead of that happening, a timeout wisely called by the Bears.
All right, so it will be a full timeout as it's 3rd and 4 with 8:37 left here in quarter number 4. Ball State on the Bears' 41-yard line. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the conclusion of this one. This is Ball State football on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, pay-per-go toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
You're listening to Ball State football, streaming live with SportsLink Digital.
Now back to the stadium.
Hey, this is Tanner Koziel, junior tight end here with Ball State football. Thanks for tuning in to SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. This is your home for all things Ball State football.
8:37 left on the clock here in quarter number 4. Ball State leading Missouri State 28-21 here on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. Thanks for joining me and my fantastic crew this afternoon. I'm Dominick Liacone with Jordan Klimes, Sam Neiger, and Brayden Carroll. Glad you're with us here on what has turned out to be an absolutely gorgeous day for football. And Jordan, we have been blessed with the weather that we have gotten for this home and season opener.
A little bit windy, but perfect weather. Feels like fall, feels like football.
3rd and 4 for Caden Simonza and company. A hard count to start out of the shotgun. A one wide receiver moves over from left to right, so a couple on either side. Simonza looking for Koziel, wide open at the 20. There he goes to the 10, and he's dragged down at the 7-yard line. Tanner Koziel, the tight end, got out of the coverage, and there's your guy, Jordan. You were talking about the lack of offense from Tanner Koziel. He finally catches his break. A big play from Koziel puts the Cardinals in the red zone. It's 1st and goal from the 8-yard line.
A great job trying to get him involved in the offense. Ball State has run a lot of decoys in their offense. That time they faked a screen out to the near side, brought the DB up, and that left Koziel open over the top.
Under 8 minutes to play in the 4th. 1st and goal from the 8-yard line. Simonza out of the pistol. Hands it off to Pemberton in the backfield, trying to burst his way through up the middle. He'll get to around the 5-yard line. It'll be a gain of around 3 for Vaughn. Todrick McGee was the first man to greet him in the secondary. The junior from Wichita, Kansas, and reigning MVFC Defensive Player of the Week with 11 tackles against Montana last week. 2nd and goal from the 5-yard line. Simonza once again out of the pistol. Pemberton behind him yet again. Here's the snap. Simonza looking for the corner of the end zone for Pickett, who dives, and he can't get there. That pass incomplete, so now 3rd and goal from the...
Man to man, so why not try to give him a fade option? Looked like it was there. Simonza put it just a bit too far outside, had a lot of field to work with on the far side. Unfortunately incomplete, brings up a 3rd and 5.
7:08 left on the clock. Cardinals up by a score, 28-21. Not much time remaining here in the 4th. Missouri State desperately needs a stop. Ball State trying to make it just that much more easier. Simonza going for the corner of the end zone. Again finds his tight end, Koziel. Back pylon left, touchdown Cardinals. There's your guy, Tanner Koziel, Jordan. Back-to-back big plays on one drive. And the Cardinals go up 34-21.
Have to get your star players involved. He wasn't in this game for most of that 3rd quarter. Now in this 4th, they got him involved twice on this drive, that time on a touchdown. And how about that throw from Caden Simonza? It was Koziel on the out route on the far side of the field, a small window. He had to put that ball probably within maybe a foot of where he did, or else it would have been incomplete, and he threw it perfectly to Koziel over the top.
Corville's PAT is true. 35-21. The Cardinals go up by 2 scores yet again here with 7:03 left in quarter number 4.
Again, it was just such great coverage on that Koziel touchdown. Ball had to be placed perfectly, and he put it just outside that DB. Playing on Koziel. There's an excitement back here in Schumann Stadium. 35 points up on the board now for an offense that only scored 7 in the first half. This game was tied 7-7 after the first half of football. Second half has been explosive, and Ball State on the better end of that.
7 points in the 2nd quarter, 7 points in the 3rd, and now 15 here in the 4th for Ball State. Rather make that 21, excuse me. The live stats kind of glitching out a little bit, but you get what I mean.
Oh, I get you.
35-21 with just over 7 minutes to go in the ball game. Corville will once again boot it away from his own 35. Cardinals once again up by 14. Corville puts boot to leather as we're back underway. Bex will take it from the 5-yard line on the far side, trying to find some space as he cuts back towards the middle. And he will be taken down at around the 23-yard line. So Jacob Clark and this Missouri State offense trying to do exactly what they did last time and get a quick score.
And I'll be interested to see how new defensive coordinator for Ball State, Jeff Knowles, kind of plays this drive, because he could play it the same way he's been playing all game, or maybe he plays a little bit more conservative, tries to make sure that the big play does not happen like it did on the last drive, try to make the Bears go methodically down the field, take time off the clock while Ball State has a 2-score lead.
1st and 10 from his own 22. Play action, and the pass is deflected and down to the turf. It was intended for the tight end in Gary Clinton. Interesting throw there from Clark, who was rolling out towards his left and then redirected his body and made the throw to his right, and that was a dangerous throw in coverage. Not sure if I like the decision there.
That's a throw where you got pressure in your face, you kind of get scared for a second, you don't want to take a sack, and you almost make a mistake. Luckily, they avoided it.
So 6:51 on the clock here, 2nd and 10, still from his own 22. The pass is caught up the middle for the tight end, Clinton. This time, Clinton gets the football and scampers up outside the numbers right to around the 30-yard line. It's 3rd down, 3rd and short, about 3 yards to get here if you're Missouri State, and a must get.
He was tackled on bounds as well, so the clock continues to run, now under 6.5 to play.
3rd and 4. From Missouri State's own 29-yard line. Clark looking deep. Left side of the field, pass is incomplete, but flags on the field after somebody jumped early on the far side of the field.
Looked like a Cardinal was offside.
Defense, number 55. 5-yard penalty will result in a 1st down.
So that penalty for the Cardinals going to go on Drew Evans, the linebacker out of Indianapolis, and the freshman from Ben Davis High School. So 1st and 10 now. The Bears have it on their own 35. New set of downs for Jacob Clark and company. 2 wide receivers out to his left, 1 to his right. Clark hands it off up the middle for Jacardier Wright, who picks up a couple of yards before being taken down at around the 40. Gain of about 4. 2nd and 6, now under 6 to play here in the 4th. D.D. Snyder that met right in the secondary first. Clark out of the pistol. Once again, 2 wide receivers left, 1 right. Jacardier Wright still in the backfield behind Clark out of the shotgun. Clark takes the snap and hands it off for Wright. Bouncing out outside, finding a seam on the right side of the 50. Scampering its way up to the 45 outside the numbers right. And that's a big gain for over 20. As now Ball State and its defense getting pinned into its own territory by Missouri State. 1st and 10 on the Cardinal 45 here with 5:15 to go here in the 4th. 2 wide receivers out to the left and 1 to the right once again. This time lining up to the right of Clark is Jacardier Wright. Pressure coming. Clark fires right side, it's dropped. Intended for his tight end and Gary Clinton at around the 40-yard line. Nice job by Miles Norwood, the cornerback, on the coverage to break that pass up. So with 4:59, the Cardinals defense trying to set up here. 2nd and 10 for Missouri State. Still on the Cardinal 45. Out of the pistol, here's Clark. Once again, 2 wide receivers to the left, but the man in motion and Jamarie Robinson slides over to the left. This one is dumped off for Jacardier Wright, who catches it in stride. Past the 40, now the 35, and he's pushed out of bounds at around the 30-yard line. That's exactly what Sam was talking about earlier, Jordan, is Jacardier Wright trying to improve his ball catching ability in the backfield. He gets a little pitch and catch there on the dump off from Clark, and he picks up a big 1st down.
I haven't seen too much of Jacardier Wright this game at all, so now on this drive, a situation where you try to go down the field fast, get some big plays, he has been involved.
1st and 10 now from the Cardinal 32 with 4.5 remaining in the 4th. Out of the shotgun, the handoff goes to Wright, and he will work his way up to around the 29. That's a gain of about 3 yards on the run from Jacardier Wright. The clock continues to move. Cartier right. That's his 13th carry, averaging about 3.5 yards per carry. Doesn't have a touchdown. Out of the pistol, here's Clark. 2nd and 7 from the Cardinal 29. Clark back to pass, taking a shot left side of the field, and it's picked off. Keontae Newsome, the defensive captain, at around the 15-yard line, but flags fly on the field in the secondary. And we'll see if it's pass interference.
Definitely looked like in the area of pass interference. The receiver thought right away it was pass interference. I think it was Ty Baldwin who was originally covering that receiver, who kind of held him when that ball was thrown. Then Newsome dropped back out of his zone to pick that one off. Still some discussion, though, so we'll see what the answer truly is.
The referees all come together around the near side 20.
Pass interference. Defense, number 22. Ball be placed. Spot of foul. Automatic first down.
It's the weak side linebacker and Jack Beebe picking up the penalty. So the ball will be placed near the spot of the foul. And inside the red zone are the Bears. 1st and 10 from the Cardinals 17. Clark still out of the pistol. 2 wide receivers out right. Jacardier right in the backfield with him. Man comes in motion. Handoff goes to right up the middle. That's Bex who gets the football. And he'll gain 4 to 5 yards as he's past the 15-yard line. The Bears just trying to get into the end zone as quick as possible. I'm surprised that Missouri State hasn't been moving more efficiently here. You're down now to 3.5, and with the way this Ball State offense has been playing, you need a score quick. 2nd and 7 now at the Ball State 14. Clark out of the shotgun, looking left, dumps it off to Bex. He's around the 15, he stays in bounds, and Miles Norwood able to wrap him up and take him down just in front of the sideline, near side.
Great job by Norwood to keep him in balance, but that's a decision by Bex where he was standing right on the sideline. All it would take is just one step to get out of bounds. Instead, he tried to step back inside, make a move, and try to get a couple more yards. First off, was not able to get any more yards, and second of all, stayed in balance. The clock continues to tick down. We're under 3 minutes now.
So 2:50 left on the game clock. 3rd and 7 here for the Bears at the Cardinal 14-yard line. 2 wide receivers out to the right for Clark. Clark looking left. Pressure coming. Flags down. And Clark is going to scamper past the 10. Fire into the end zone. It is caught for a touchdown, but flag still on the field. That was Dash Luke, the wide receiver from New Orleans, making the play. But we'll see what the flag is for.
I think there might be 2 flags. There's 3 separate flags down on the field. 2 of them came down at one time. The other one later on in the play. It looked like one was in the backfield, so maybe a holding on the offense. The other one not too sure about, maybe holding defense. If that were to happen, they would offset the play. They would just redo that play. We'll see what ends up happening. The Ball State defense got to Clark in a hurry, so maybe some sort of holding to try to keep from a sack as we await the call. And the referee's going to the Ball State sideline to ask Coach New what he wants to do here.
So then this penalty surely on Missouri State.
Yeah. Seems like maybe both penalties on Missouri State. Then Coach New has to decide which one he wants to accept. Now referees on the other side talking to Coach Beard as well, trying to get this all settled.
There are 2 fouls on the play, both by the offense. Personal foul, illegal block below the waist, number 9, the offense. That pulls the clock. Illegal forward pass, offense. That penalty accepted, number 12. That penalty includes a loss of down, 5 yards, 4th down.
Okay, so yeah, I thought that Jacob Clark had stepped well past the line of scrimmage when he made that throw.
It looked like he stepped past it and then almost ran back and tried to do a fadeaway and faked like he was back behind the line of scrimmage. Unfortunately, you can't do that. Once you passed it, you passed it, you can't go back. And so a good call by the referees to make it. Coach New opting to take that one. So it's a loss of down as well. So now 4th down.
So here's the game right here with 2:31 left. It's 4th and 10 from the Ball State 17. Flags fly again.
There was movement by the defense early, but it looked like they never crossed into the neutral zone. Maybe forced a false start.
Offside. Defense, number 47. 5-yard penalty. 4th down.
I guess they did.
So that's on Drew Hughes, the redshirt junior. One of very few guys on this Ball State defense with Cardinal game experience from last year. Played in 11 of the 12 games last year. And what's going on here? The Ball State defense wasn't even lined up. Jacob Clark and the entire offense lined up. He threw it into the end zone for a touchdown. Ball State was still huddled up towards the 10-yard line. More flags fly. And Ryan Beard is hot.
Well, there was that penalty on Ball State for the offsides, and so I think they set the ball, and then MSU thought that they could take the snap when Ball State was not ready. A lot to break down, a lot of confusion. As you said, Coach Ryan Beard for Missouri State, furious on the far side sideline. I've never seen anything like that before, though.
Prior to the snap, offside defense. 5-yard penalty, still 4th down.
So is that another offside? Yeah, because the ball was set down and Ball State's defense just got caught napping. Okay, so 4th and 5 now from the Ball State 12-yard line. This ball game just continues to get more and more interesting.
And Coach Beard is still talking the ears off of the referees on the far side. He's got to be careful at this point.
I don't blame him, because if that ball's set down and everyone's ready to go, then you're going. And if you're going to catch someone off guard like that, then you want to take advantage of that as much as you can.
Correction. Result of the penalty be a 1st down.
Okay, so it is a 1st down, and that's probably why Ryan Beard was still hot, because he's saying, wait a minute, why am I not getting my 1st down? And there it is. So it's 1st and goal now on the Cardinals 7-yard line. This game still far from over. Hunter Wood and Jamarie Robinson, the 2 wide receivers that line up to the right of Jacob Clark. The handoff goes over to Jacardier Wright, diving forward for the end zone. Does he have it? No, he's going to be marked just a yard short. He got the handoff, bounced out to the left side, and just missed the end zone. He's like a half-yard short. So now, right out of the backfield, gets the handoff. Oh, he's blown up by Keontae Newsome. And D.D. Snyder, who came in right away. That's a big play for the Cardinal defense. Just trying to slow down MSU.
2-minute timeout.
And that takes us to the 2-minute warning. What an interesting turn of events we've had so far. Missouri State still knocking on the door here at the 3-yard line, trying to stay into this ball game. It's 35-21 as we take perhaps our final timeout here on SportsLink Digital Radio. When we come back, the conclusion of this one. Ball State up by a couple of scores over Missouri State here in the season opener from the Shoe here on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least one Mammoth from Mancino's.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best zero sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
Standards. High standards. That's what sets teams apart. It's also what sets us apart at Pregame Construction. We're not alone in holding our standards high. Ball State University is among those who do. That's why we're proud to sponsor the Ball State Athlete of the Week. High standards in everyday performance is everything in sport, as well as business. Join us in our pursuit of excellence. Join Pregame Construction for your next building project and in our support of Ball State University's Athlete of the Week.
The best stories in Ball State sports, plus live broadcasts right in your timeline.
Follow us at BSU SportsLink.
Hey, this is Keontae Newsom, senior linebacker with Ball State football. Thanks for tuning in to SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. This is your home for all things Ball State sports.
Ball State 35, Missouri State 21 here with 2 minutes left after the 2-minute warning here in the fourth quarter. Ball State able to recapture the lead here in the second half and actually gain its first lead of the entire ball game. And now here we are late in this one in a 2-score game. Third down, and the Cardinal defense looking for a massive stop here on these next potential 2 plays. Under center is Clark. He's got Jacardier right in the backfield, a man in motion behind him. It's a jet sweep out to the left. Touchdown, Missouri State. That's a beautiful play as Jamarie Robinson came out from the far side, took the handoff on the sweep, and had nothing but green grass and an end zone in front of him to make it 35-27. So hold everything. This game is not over.
And that's a great goal line play call for the way this game has gone so far, because we just saw on the play prior, they were out of the shotgun, handed it off, and were not able to get in the end zone. In fact, they went backwards. So really has not worked on the interior running today. Decided to hand it off on the sweep, able to get outside and able to get into the end zone.
Obeid misses the extra point. And that's not good for Missouri State. If they somehow get into the end zone again and keep the Cardinals at bay, they have to go for 2.
A lot of craziness in the last 1 minute of this game.
So Obeid misses his first PAT attempt all season. He's now 6 for 7 in his first 2 games of the year. Is the first-year transfer out of Michigan State. So the Cardinals back on the field, the Bears back on the field. 1:57 left here in quarter number 4. Cardinals 35, Bears 27. It's an 8-point ball game. Of course, Missouri State gonna go for the onside kick here. Not before a Mike Hugh timeout.
Ball State, they're first. 30 seconds left.
This is a situation where Missouri State, you don't have to go for this onside kick right now, because if you get the ball to Ball State in good territory, they could go down, kick a field goal, end it for you. But at the same time, the way that the Bears offense just moved down the field, they moved well, but they moved kind of slow. They took too much time off the clock, and they only have 2 timeouts, which would both be burned throughout the process if this was not an onside kick. So it makes sense at this point in the game. Really could do anything. We'll see if they stay with the same formation coming off of this timeout. Ball State lining up like it's going to be an onside kick.
Ball State 35, Missouri State 27, with 1:57 left here in quarter number 4. You would think here that this is an onside kick from Yusuf Obeid. It is, and it is taken in by Tanner Koziel at around the 45-yard line, who gobbles it up, falls to the turf, secures it. Ball State football. And as long as the Cardinals hold on here, this game should be over.
56 seconds. Thank you.
Now the question is, Ball State's running game up the middle has been a little bit slow today. Have not really had that many bursts up the field. And now with Missouri State, knowing Ball State's likely going to be running this ball up the middle, they're going to stack the box and try to stop it. So if Ball State is able to pick up a first down, this game is over. But for the Cardinals, they've struggled running up the middle. So it's going to be a tough task to get these 10 yards and officially end this game.
Ball State has rushed for 128 yards compared to Missouri State's 47. It's been a tough day on the ground for the Bears. Handoff here goes to Brayden Sloan, who is taken down with an arm by Taj Chambers, the weak side linebacker who just got to him. He was one of the last lines of defense, and it looked like if Sloan didn't get taken down there, he would have had all the room in the world up the middle to score.
It almost looked like Sloan was surprised at how big of a gap he had to run. He thought it was going to be plugged up the middle. Instead, there was room. He kind of hesitated instead of just taking that burst forward, but still a good gain on the first down run.
So 2nd and 5 from the Bears' 41-yard line. 1:20 left in this one. Samanza with a couple of wide receivers out to the left. Sloan in the backfield to his right. Out of the shotgun, Samanza hands it off to Sloan. Sloan up the middle, trying to find some space, but there's no crease for him. He actually might have been stopped behind the line of scrimmage.
Missouri State, 30 seconds. 30 seconds left.
Another timeout called here by Ryan Beard. He'll use just his first of the half. I haven't seen a ton of timeouts used by either coach in this one so far. Actually, excuse me, no, that is Ryan Beard's second timeout. It said on the scoreboard he had 3 remaining, but that is the second timeout used.
So now 3rd and 4 upcoming here for Ball State. They just ran it on the 2 previous downs. If they run it again, they probably run the clock down to probably 20-ish seconds when the Bears get it back. Or they could try to put this in the air, put this game to rest. I think they keep it on the ground, but Ball State's been aggressive today. We'll see if they put the ball in the air.
Samanza will hand it off to Sloan, who finds a gap up the middle, past the 20, the 15, the 10, the 5. He scores for 6. And he puts this one on ice. Ball State's going to walk away week 1 winners. And it's capped off by Brayden Sloan's 2nd touchdown of the ball game. A second half offensive explosion for BSU. Welcome to Muncie, Brayden Sloan.
And defensively, everybody near the line of scrimmage. So once Sloan got past that initial line of the defenders, it was all green grass from there. We're trying to stop that run. He broke 1 tackle and took it the rest of the way.
The extra point from Cornville is true. 42-27, Ball State over Missouri State. And this one is practically on ice, Jordan. A very, very slow start. Ball State looked very shaky early, but found its footing, found what was working, and ultimately the Cardinals are going to walk away week 1 victors for the first time since 2021.
This game was tied 7-7 at halftime. Now with 1 minute left in the 4th quarter, 42-27 Cardinal lead. As you said, Dom, explosion in this second half of offense. Going back to that last play, credit to Sloan for the run, but a huge gap opened by the offensive line right in the middle. There's nobody there defensively for the Bears, and also just crediting Ball State the way they played football in all 3 phases of the game today. Special teams has been good. They had a huge kick return, got past the 50. They forced a fumble on special teams. Ball State offense, they've exploded in the second half, and the Cardinals defense looked really good early. They stopped the run very well, and just a couple of big plays have been the reason that the Bears have been able to put up some touchdowns. So Ball State has looked sound in all 3 phases. The Bears to get the ball back, down 2 scores, 1 minute to play. Gonna be tough. but still going to try to take a shot at it.
Corville boots it away towards the end zone, and no return. It's a touchback as the ball waddles its way just behind the far left pylon from its own 25-yard line. We'll see how aggressive Ryan Beard wants to get here.
Well, you got to score twice, so you got to try to go over the top quickly, but Ball State defense, they know that's going to be the case. They're probably going to play conservative and play back.
First and 10 out of the shotgun with a couple of wide receivers either way. Clark going to step up through the pocket and run right side, and he scampers out of bounds towards the 35-yard line. Believe that's just short of the first down, and it is. It'll be second and about 2, so 2nd and 2 with 53 seconds left. Clark does a nice job of getting out of bounds. 2 wide receivers either way again here at the Missouri State 33. Clark fires right side. It's caught by Devontae Key. That's past the 45, and he gets out of bounds, so the clock stops. 48 seconds left. A couple of nice plays here by Missouri State. I tell you what, even though this game is nearly over, Missouri State on this quote-unquote 2-minute drill doing a nice job of just keeping the line moving, if you will. First and 10 now from the Missouri State 44. Clark with a man in the backfield to his right, 3 wide receivers out left. Clark looking left, stepping up in the pocket, finds nobody. Instead, fires deep for his wide receiver Wood, and he has him past the 30, outside the numbers left. Wood could not get out of bounds, so the clock continues to move, and Clark and his offense trying to work quickly now with under 40 seconds left in this ball game.
Now the ball's set, so the clock is running down, and looks like they still don't have a play called, so just wasted a lot of time.
First and 10 from the Cardinal 29. Clark looking down the field, going for the end zone. It is incomplete, but a flag thrown. The pass was intended for Blackstrain on the near side towards the left side pylon, but that flag is going to go
defense, number 26.
Against Miles Norwood.
For the previous spot, automatic first down.
The Bears got the ball with 1 minute to play. Now 24 seconds on the clock, and they're in the red zone. So they moved the ball efficiently down the field. Ball State's played some off defense. But this is about as good as you could ask for if you're a Bear fan with their offense moving.
First and 10 from the Cardinal 14. Clark under pressure, going for the end zone for Wood. Tries a one-handed catch left side, but it's off of his palm and incomplete. So 20 seconds left on the clock. 2nd and 10. Missouri State still with a chance to score here, but down 42-27 to the Cardinals.
And for Missouri State, now everything's got to be either sideline or end zone, because if you're tackled inbounds at this point, especially if you're not past the first down yardage, then you're wasting a lot of time. Probably would have only one play after that.
2nd and 10, a couple of wide receivers either way. Clark, a ton of pressure, rolling out right, finding the end zone, touchdown, it's caught. I tell you what, these Bears won't quit. Jamarie Robinson has his 2nd touchdown of the ball game, his first receiving touchdown of the season. He had a couple of rushing touchdowns as a wide receiver this season so far, with one last week and then one this week, and now this is his 3rd total. So 42-33. The Bears will not go for 2 here, but if Yusuf Obeid misses this PAT as he did last time, this game is surely over. And this kick is good. 13 seconds left on the clock. 42-34. Still an 8-point ball game. Ball State and Missouri State here from the shoe. Tell you what, this back part of the 4th quarter has just dragged on, and give Missouri State a ton of credit for staying in this ball game.
Absolutely. You got to give Ball State credit for getting that onside kick, going down and scoring that touchdown. In hindsight, it looks like if Sloan would have slid, this game would just be over. Instead, now Missouri State actually has a chance to win this game after a huge drive again. They started with 1 minute on the clock, now 13 seconds left. Gonna have to go for another onside kick. If Ball State gets this, it's game over. The Bears holding on to hope. Credit to what they did to march down the field like that and score.
"13 seconds left on the game clock. Obeid once again will go for an onside kick. Last time it was recovered by Tanner Koziel. Let's see what happens here. A high kick, and it will be almost recovered by Missouri State. It just trickled out of bounds near the 40-yard line on the near side. Flags are down, however.
It's for a kickoff out of bounds.
And that's what it is. Should have known that. This game's over.
There is no foul for a legal kick out of bounds. The ball was touched by the receiving team. First down.
Well explained, and that was extremely dangerous because it looked like the ball kind of went towards Koziel, who caught that last onside kick, and he kind of backed off of it, thought the guy next to him was going to take that ball, so there was no aggression. Instead of Koziel getting it, nobody got it. In fact, almost Missouri State got it. Luckily for Ball State, that didn't happen, and this game is over.
Victory formation for the Cardinals as Simonza takes a knee, and the clock will wind down to zeros. 2 seconds and one, and Ball State will walk home victorious with a Week 1 victory over the FCS Missouri State Bears. Ball State will go to 1-0 for the first time since 2021. This is the 14th time in the last 15 tries that the Cardinals have won their home opener, and now this is the 4th straight season that Ball State has defeated a Missouri Valley Conference team. As for the Bears, they dropped to 0-2. This is for the 2nd consecutive season. Your final score, 42-34. Cardinals beat the Bears. There were some scares at the back end of this one, but Mike New and his squad able to start off this year strong with a high-scoring victory where we saw a ton of the points come towards the back end of the second half, Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, it was a crazy second half of football that we got to see, kind of a defensive slugfest in the first half of football, and all of a sudden something, a flip kind of switched in the second half, and a lot of teams started scoring. It was Ball State who really got off to that 2-score lead and then kind of let up defensively, let up some short plays go by Missouri State. Were able to march down the field. Credit to what they did on back-to-back drives to respond to Ball State offensively, going down and scoring touchdowns. And it came down to a shot where they almost got an onside kick at the end. They were in this game through and through, never gave up. But for the Cardinals, a huge win to start off the season, beating an FCS opponent. And now for Ball State, heading to Miami, going to be a tough game for the Cardinals, but just excited to get this win.
So next week, we look ahead at both of these teams' schedules. We start with the Missouri State Bears, excuse me. The Bears will head home to play their first home game of 2024 against Lindenwood. That one is set up for next Saturday on the 14th at 7 p.m. As for the Ball State Cardinals, a huge test ahead. The Cardinals will travel to Coral Gables, Florida to take on the now number 12 ranked Miami Hurricanes. That's next Saturday on the 14th as well. Kick is set for 3:30 p.m. Eastern, and myself, Sam Neiger, and you, Jordan Klimes, will be on the call for that one. We are extremely grateful and excited to travel down to Miami and cover that one. What a huge test that will be for the Cardinals, who have not had a ton of success playing against top 20 teams in the last couple of years. Of course, we saw the Cardinals play Kentucky and Georgia in back-to-back weeks in Week 1 and Week 2 last year. So a lot to look forward to as the Cardinals will get a big test to see where they are structurally and culturally next week to see if they can hang in there against Miami.
Yeah, and the big question for Ball State, we mentioned that the only team that did not play in Week 1. So now they have their time playing, going into Ball State's second game of the year against Miami. It's going to be difficult. Nobody is questioning that. But they put some good things out there today. Their offense started out slow, but Simonza ended up playing really well. We saw a really balanced attack offensively in the pass and in the run, and the defense looked better than a lot of people thought they would look coming into this game. Coach New for Ball State said, well, people don't know about this team yet, and we got to see our first glimpse of it today. And early on, I know it was an FCS opponent, but a good one at that. There's a lot of optimism still in Ball State football.
So Ball State will improve to 1-0. Missouri State down to 0-2 to start the year. That's going to do it here from the Shoe. Here in Muncie, Indiana, we appreciate you tuning in all afternoon long to Ball State football. Again, your final score, Ball State 42, Missouri State 34. The Cardinals able to defeat the Bears in both the season and home opener of the 2024 season. Again, we'll have that matchup in Miami, Florida next week on September 14th on Saturday. That kick is slated for 3:30 with pregame coverage starting around 3 o'clock Eastern. So for myself and my entire fabulous crew of Jordan Klimes, Sam Neiger, and Brayden Carroll, we are saying so long here from Muncie, where the Cardinals are able to pick up their first win of the 2024 season. This has been Ball State football on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Production of SportsLink Digital Radio.